We're going to reconvene the regularly scheduled February 7th Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. We convened at 5:30 to conduct committee interviews. I asked then, and I will ask again, John, was this meeting properly warned?
Yes, it was.
Excellent. Sorry. Oh, we don't have any. Okay. So we're going to go right to agenda item 2, which is chair remarks. So I have just one set of chair remarks, and that's a little bit on process. We had a public hearing on the petition for a moratorium on no-cause evictions on Friday, and 3 board members were here for that. And we're going to have a second public hearing tonight on it, and I'll go through kind of the process when we get to that on how we're going to hear people and just make sure everyone is heard. But in that public hearing, we tried out having people speak for 3 minutes for their comment, and it really felt effective and good. So I've been pretty hesitant to hold people to a time limit for public comment on any agenda item at a select board meeting. I've been chairing this select board for almost a year at this point, and having now done that for the public hearing on a contentious issue and seeing how effective it was, I'm going to try it for this meeting to hold people's public comments to 3 minutes. That will be for the public hearing, but it also will be for the public participation and for comments on any kind of agenda item. You'll always have an opportunity to raise your hand again once your 3 minutes is up, and I will just politely ask you to wrap up your comment when your 3 minutes is nearing its conclusion, and we'll see how it goes. I do this mostly because I'm very cognizant that the length of these meetings is an element of what keeps them inaccessible to people. And so trying to keep the meeting moving along and make sure that people have an opportunity to speak on an item that they care about is part of what makes the board accessible to. Yeah, I'm working on it. Thank you. So with that, I won't extend the meeting any longer, and I'll hand it over to town manager.
Just 2 quick things, board. First of all, remind everybody that there will not be a select board next Tuesday night.
What?
And that we are returning to the first and third Tuesday schedule with the next meeting planned for February 21st.
Excellent.
The second thing I just wanted to mention, Police Chief Norma Hardy was on Vermont Public Radio this week, where she participated in a discussion on Vermont Edition about the recent killing of Tyree Nichols. And I would recommend taking a listen to that, and particularly to hear her professional voice about what for many is a very emotional issue, and also her message about continuing to build a police department in Brattleboro that is grounded in transparency and accountability. And so I really appreciated that, and just wanted to pass it along to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, John. We'll move on to agenda item 4, select board comments and committee reports. Board members. Liz.
Yesterday, I attended a brief outdoor meeting where the state of Vermont gave money to Tri-Park grants for infrastructure spending, wastewater and freshwater. And it was really great to have, the state commissioners come down, Commissioner of Natural Resources and the Housing Commissioner. And it was a good example of what the state is spending money on with its ARPA funds, and then the process that we need to go to have ARPA money spent for municipal purposes, and that we don't duplicate efforts, but all serve the public.
Great. Thank you, Liz. Other board members?
I don't have anything.
Nope. Board? Nope. Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 5, which is public participation. This is an opportunity for the public to speak on an item that's not on the agenda and is not part of the public hearing. So I'd ask you to, we've got a lot of people in the room here, so if you want to just raise your hand if you're interested in speaking in public participation, and also make sure to look at Zoom as well. Yes, please. If you want to just come up to the mic and state your name and where you're from for the record, please.
Terry Martin, I'm a longtime resident of the town of Brattleboro.
Welcome, Terry.
Grew up here. I am a quasi-housing, mentally ill, homeless expert because I read a book, and I want to recommend this book to you as a board. And the book is called San Francisco. That's San Francisco. San Francisco. And it's written by a journalist, but in it, I couldn't help as I read this book to think about the things that you're dealing with as a board when it comes to the homeless. Do you put them in housing and then try to help their mental illness or the drug problem? Do you take care of the drug problem first and then put them in the housing? Do you put restrictions on the housing? And I know this is some things that you've been dealing with, but I highly recommend this book. It gives you a lot of ideas on dealing what you're dealing with. Thank you.
Great, Terry. Thank you very much. No hands in Zoom. Anybody? Yep.
I just want to restate
Go ahead and just state your name and where you're from for the record, please.
again. Dale Joy, and I'm from Brattleboro originally. I want to restate a couple things about what we talked about with homeless and those little houses I was talking about. I found out if a town buys a bunch of them, you can get them for $15,000. That gives a person a home. The only thing is the property. Now we know we have part of the state forest here, right through the middle of town. And could we separate part of that? Ask the state like we did for off in Orchard Street, and by the golf course. They put housing there, but it was for wealthier people. And they used part of the state park to do that. They appropriated it. So I want to make sure that maybe they can appropriate some of that land for the poor and the homeless. Because the housing, to put them in one of those little houses, is $15,000 versus staying in a motel for only half the year and get them settled, the ones that can be settled. And you can't deal with them all, but you can get some that are within range of normalcy, get them settled, help them get jobs. I mean, just getting them settled helps get jobs, okay? And I'm back to the other part of it. I told you about the alcoholism among lawyers and judges in this state is the highest in the nation, okay? And I just want everybody to be aware of that because we need good judges, we need good lawyers, and less drinking.
Thank you, Dale. Any hands in Zoom, Patrick?
No, sir.
I don't see any. Yes.
Make sure it's something else.
Bricks Bright, District 3. Just to follow on to that, my question from last time, which since it wasn't a select board meeting, you weren't willing to answer it, what Dale Joy just brought up is a fantastic subject to be addressed by the proposed committee for housing policy review. Any thoughts from anybody on the board as to whether?
Yeah, your request for that as consideration definitely has not been declined by the agenda setting committee. I think as you can see from the agenda that we have tonight.
Actually, you're out of them, so I didn't get to see it.
Oh, okay.
That's someone.
Yeah, if you want to take mine, you're more than welcome to. But
No.
yeah, we have a lot of things tonight, so we will make sure to consider it
Yeah.
for them.
No, I understood. You told me that you couldn't
Yeah.
do it tonight. I understand that.
Okay. Yeah.
So it hasn't been discussed, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
No hands in Zoom still, and no one in the room. Raise your hand right now unless you want. Okay. Then we're going to move on to agenda item 6, the consent agenda. John, you want to speak briefly to these items
Sure will.
as possible?
We have 6 items on consent tonight, a grant application, 3 contracts, a recommended policy adoption, and an attestation. Would you like to hear more?
I do not. Board members, is that sufficient for you?
An attestation?
Attestation.
I would just like a little bit more, only because these are really good things that the town is doing that people should know about.
Okay. The first 2 items really highlight some of the excellent work that Sue Fillion and the Planning Department are doing. If you approve the grant application, Sue will be putting in for a Vermont Agency of Transportation Better Connections grant in the amount of $97,500 with a $7,500 town match for doing a safety study along Canal Street from Exit 1 to the Hinsdale Bridge. The other great planning item tonight is a contract approval to get started on the redesign of the Green Street High Street intersection. If approved, the department will spend $28,000 on design services. This is $8,000 over the capital request budget that we have, but staff would propose filling that gap from the Public Works budget so that no additional appropriation is required. There will be public engagement associated with the design work on that intersection that planning staff will conduct. Third item is a request to update town policies that will keep us eligible for community development block grants through the Vermont Community Development Program. The fourth item would be your approval of the town assessor Jennifer Burnell's certification that no appeals or suits are pending from actions of the listers relating to the grand list. And the last 2 items are contract approvals, one in the amount of $70,300 for bid process and construction administration and oversight services related to the retreat pump station replacement, and the other for $12,500 to provide 4th of July fireworks display at Living Memorial Park.
Thank you very much, John, for indulging us on that longer walk through the consent agenda. Board, do you want to pull any of them? No? All right, I'll entertain a motion. Liz? We don't take public comment during the consent agenda. Liz?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's going to carry 5-0. We're going to move on to the agenda item 7, which is the public hearing. So this is the public hearing on the charter amendment petition for just cause eviction. Okay, so board, I'm going to officially convene this public hearing. This is the second public hearing. The first took place last Friday, February 3rd. I think I'm going to not have another formal reading of the petition because we did that reading last meeting. I'm going to look to Town Attorney Bob Fisher that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. And that can be found in our backup material, and we've, we read through it slowly and very articulately last meeting. So for people to speak tonight, we'll go back and forth from the room and Zoom. I'm going to keep people to 3 minutes, please. I'd ask if you spoke at the last meeting, if you want to defer to people who haven't spoken yet, that would be appreciated. But if you're going to speak tonight, think to the point that we've heard you once, and so maybe bring a new perspective or a new point to the public hearing. And we're gonna try to hold this to 45 minutes, but we'll see. I want to make sure that people are heard, and we're gonna hear from people who haven't spoken at least once tonight before anyone wants to speak a second time. So with that, I will look to the room. Yep, if you want to come up to the microphone, state your name and where you're from for the record, please.
Sally Fegley, Wyndham Property Management. I want to ask the voters of Brattleboro to vote no on Article 2 on March 7. I have 2 points I would like to make. The first is that the fundamental problem with housing in Brattleboro is that there's not enough of it. And the way to get more of it is not to alienate housing providers, who are the very people who are now providing housing in Brattleboro. I think at this point we need creative solutions, and I think there are many participants who could add to the solution. The state, the town, attorneys, nonprofits, developers, contractors, and housing providers to come together to come up with creative new solutions to the issue of creating more housing in Brattleboro. Perhaps the state could develop a new fund to finance housing. Perhaps the town could be a housing developer. Perhaps there could be new types of housing that would be considered, such as dormitory-style housing with little kitchen drop-in units. So the solution is to the fundamental problem is more housing. My second point is that there's an assault on the middle class in Brattleboro right now. Our merchants are feeling it with the vandalism and the robberies they experience. And now our housing providers are being confronted with this Article 2 that would limit their ability to manage their very own property. Do we really want to alienate the middle class in Brattleboro and chase it out? I think now is the time for all of us to come together, think positively, think creatively, and come up with real solutions to our problems. Vote no on Article 2.
Thank you very much, Sally. I don't see any hands on Zoom at the moment, so hand in the back, I can't even see their face. Oh, yep, come on up.
Good evening. I'm George Carville from West Brattleboro. I'm an
Welcome,
RTM
George.
member.
He was
Sorry.
saying,
I just said welcome.
Oh.
I apologize. Didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm a homeowner today, but I have been a tenant in the past. Those who know me know that I believe that housing is a fundamental human right. So you'll probably think I support this. Not so. And I'll probably make a few enemies along that line, too. I'm not surprised. I was initially pulled into this group that was started the Just Cause effort. It sounded like a good idea. Marta here in Brattleboro and a guy named Tom Proctor from Burlington. And I like the idea of doing something progressive, something positive and meaningful for Brattleboro tenants and rental housing. I was, and I still am, in favor of finding a Brattleboro solution to Brattleboro's housing problems. But Tom wouldn't listen to the idea of local empowerment solution. Instead, he insisted on this fake charter ordinance. He said that was the only way, and that's when Tom and I parted company. We need more rental housing in Brattleboro. No one disagrees with that. We need a comprehensive approach that would probably include just cause, as well as code enforcement, Airbnb conversion, rent control, short-term conversion, owner-occupied support, eviction support, and some sort of housing mediation board to make it all work. But none of that's in this fake ordinance. What you have on the ballot is Tom's top-down fake ordinance solution. It's essentially writing an ordinance into the town charter with all the Montpelier baggage that goes along with the ordinance charter change. It's like writing the speed limit on Western Avenue into the town charter and then giving enforcement of Brattleboro's traffic to Montpelier. It just makes no sense. If it were a real ordinance, then it would, and it needed changing, the select board could do it. What's it take you to change an ordinance? 30 days? 60? 60 days, okay. So if we had a real housing ordinance that needed a change, 60 days, we could change it. Not so with this charter. It would need a town vote, legislative action, governor's signature. Say the rent increase cap was found to be too high, too low. Need a change? Back to Montpelier. It has a provision for lead abatement, but it doesn't mention asbestos abatement. You find asbestos, what happens? Back to Montpelier for another charter change. And what about the written provisions of this fake ordinance? What about enforcement? There's nothing in there about that. My guess, and we're all guessing about how this would work, my guess is that if the tenant felt that their landlord was not acting in accordance with this fake ordinance, the tenant would need to hire a lawyer and go to court. And we've all heard how clogged the courts are. We've been told that something like this fake ordinance has helped housing availability elsewhere, but the proponents have not supplied any data or the actual language of whatever real ordinance is alleged to have helped anybody.
George, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comment, please.
There are others. Kurt Dimes was here the other night. He opposed the fake ordinance because of its provisions, and Dan Normando also was here talking about it. I agree with those that believe housing is a human right, but this fake ordinance has nothing effective to support that right. We all agree our problem is tight housing market due to short supply. This fake ordinance will do nothing to boost that supply and in all likelihood make it worse. Please vote against it.
Thank you, George. Got a hand on Zoom. That is, I see Marta.
Hello,
From the last meeting.
Marta Gossage from Brattleboro. Yeah, I recognize that George Carville attended, I think, 2 meetings with us, but I don't recognize his language. There is no one from Montpelier who told us here in Brattleboro that we had to do some kind of weird fake thing. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Just cause eviction is a movement across the nation. It's happening in states, in municipalities everywhere. And just to refute what both George and Sally said, and to reiterate what I said at the meeting on Friday night, this is not about solving the housing crisis. This is about keeping people in their homes who have done nothing wrong and paid their rent. There's nothing to do with solving the housing crisis in there. This is to help victims of the housing crisis, not to get us out of the housing crisis. For those who are renting in Brattleboro, which is about half of us, to know that we need to be ready to move, pack up everything we have, find a new place with 60 to 90 days notice in this atmosphere, in this economy, and in this housing crisis, it's just traumatic to know that you'll have to do that. We're about to enter a recession, a really bad one from everything it looks like. We have, and just reiterate what I said again on Friday, the state, the county, housing associations are working on the housing problem, but solutions are not going to come for the next couple of years. So in the meantime, what we'd like to do is keep people in their homes, which, by the way, the Biden administration released their study on housing and agree evictions should be made harder. We should keep as many people who already have homes in the homes they have as possible. And again, no matter what gets brought up tonight or in any other conversation, the actual issue is this would protect people who pay their rent and don't break the rules from getting a no-cause eviction. That is all we're talking about. And if you can't get behind that, I feel like you're not renting currently. What you're going to see tonight is a lot of landlords and homeowners talking. What you're not going to see is a lot of renters talking. That's because renters know their landlords are watching these meetings and no-cause eviction exists. No-cause eviction allows you to get around any kind of unjust like eviction, such as discriminatory eviction. And so it wouldn't be unheard of that a renter or many renters or most renters believe they can't come out to make public comment tonight because their landlord will see that, and they're already in a precarious position, knowing that with 60 or 90 days notice, they could be asked to move, and they likely wouldn't find housing because housing these days is a game of musical chairs, except for more people are being added to the group instead of reduced as the number of chairs is reduced. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Back to, yep.
I'm going to speak out of.
Go ahead and state your name and where you're from for the record, please. Thank you.
Dale Joy. I live in Brattleboro. I was born in Brattleboro. I grew up around here. How's that? Anyways, I was on the State Rental Housing Committee. We made laws like the 188 and things like that to make things a little better. The one big complaint was that clause that that we're talking about. Everybody hated it, but they left it in again. Now, when I left the board, they were going to move it forward to the next group. But instead, they canceled that. They said, oh, our legislators won't agree to it. And I says, how many of them are landlords? Most of them. We don't need that clause in there. They got plenty of reasons to put people out if they really wanted to. And besides, that is a business. They are landlords. They're in it for money. They're in it for the business. Or like some people, they get the property left to them and they don't know what to do with it, so they rent it. But most of them work to buy these buildings to build themselves up a big nest. And I know that for a fact. So anyways, I haven't got quite to 3 minutes.
No, I'm telling you to direct your comments to the board.
Okay,
I was trying to be polite and not interrupt you.
okay. So anyways, that clause really should be removed because landlords can really come up with some excuses to put people out. Like you start a committee, a non-smoking committee in a non-smoking building where more than half of the people smoke. You start a committee, you're out. I know. It's being done to me. You have a problem with asthma, with any kind of breathing thing. And when I first moved into the buildings I'm in, there were 2 smokers. We started a smoking committee to keep smokers out because it was their policy, no smokers allowed. They had 2. They have 14 of them now, and they're not doing a thing. So I had to go to the state to get help. And I'm going to run it right through as a class action.
Okay. Thank you, Dale. And on Zoom is Eli. Welcome, Eli.
Hello. Thank you. Eli Coughlin Galbraith, Brattleboro District 2. Last week, I spoke on the economics of this move. This week, I'd like to share a story. My wife and I rented in Brattleboro from 2016 to 2021. During that time, the property was sold. The landlord was local, and they made sure to sell it to someone else who was local. They offered it to us first. We couldn't do it, but we were grateful for the offer. We knew we'd gotten a good one. And then he sold it. And the local landlord who bought it was also a good landlord, and we were stunned to have been lucky twice. We knew that's not often that you get a landlord 2 times in a row who you can really get along with, and there's no issues and everything's going fine. It felt really unstable to roll the dice again, so we purchased a house in 2021. We purchased it from a landlord here in Brattleboro who was determined to sell local, to sell again to someone else who lived here and who is going to live in the place. And I'll always be grateful to the seller of this house who said, you know what, it's more important that someone gets to live here than that I get the most money from an investment firm from out of town. It was 2021. They probably could have gotten more money for this place, but they chose to sell to a local so that we could have a home. And I just want to say that it is really hard to be a landlord. And if landlords are looking at this move of just cause eviction and saying it is too hard to be a landlord, if I have to go to housing court this many times, if you're thinking about selling, sell local. That will help. It will help with the housing crisis. It will help local Brattleboro residents like me and my family and my cats not be left out on the street. And this is a chance, honestly, to do something really good and cash out. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. Back to the room. Oh, I saw backhand first.
Hi there, my name is Jeff Hutchins,
Welcome, Jeff.
and I recently was from West Pratt. I lived in this building for 9 years. was a great tenant, always paid my rent, went by the rules, everything. And the last year, somebody came in and purchased the place. And when they purchased the place, they came up with all these new rules and stuff, and they came in knowing that they were gonna redo the place. So a year went by. I finally got a no-cause eviction notice for no reason. My rent was paid up, no problem, you know? And the notice was for 90 days, and they were gonna kick me out in the middle of winter, in the middle of January. So I took the first place that I could. Luckily, I found a decent landlord. There are some good ones out there. So anyways, to make a long story short, I didn't get my deposit back. I'm a great housekeeper. The place was probably better shape than when I got it. They're trying to charge me for all kinds of damages that doesn't exist. Trying to charge me for staying there longer. I gave them a 3-week notice in the middle of November, beginning of November, and I moved out November 30th before the 1st, and I handed in my keys to the maintenance man, and he's trying to charge me for a couple more weeks later on for staying there till January 12th. I was in my new place the 30th. I was out. In those 3 weeks, I knew I was getting this place, and I moved out during them 3 weeks in my car. I had a 2-bedroom. Now I'm living in a camper trailer. Thank God for this nice guy. He supplies everything that I need to survive there, but it's not the same as living in a 2-bedroom trailer. And what did I do to deserve this? And also in my building, there was at least 12 other tenants that I know of that got no-cause eviction notices that have been there for a year. We had a great community there, got rid of all the druggies. We had a beautiful garden. Brattleboro even awarded us for a nice-looking garden out there. These people came along, took it all away. That's my story.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I don't see any hands on Zoom, so back in the room, Frick, your hand was up next.
I was just gonna point out that you suggested hearing from.
So, if you're, so I was talking about during this meeting. So I'm just taking people as they go, but if you speak at this meeting, then I'm going to prioritize people who haven't spoken yet at this meeting before you speak again. So we've had multiple people who spoke at the last meeting, who have spoken this one. We're just going by whose hands are up first. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Richard Evers. I live here in Brattleboro. Not sure just how I'm gonna say this, but I'm a little nervous. But I have 2 rental houses on Oak Grove Avenue. They're my retirement. I'm a small-time landlord. There's single-family houses, and I've had some real bad tenants. Even though these are nice houses and it's not like low rent apartments. And with all due respect to the gentleman who just spoke, and I have no reason to doubt him, I think if you've read in the Reformer some of the letters or op-eds that have been on this subject, the phrase that stuck in my mind was, landlords don't evict good tenants. I never have, and I'm a good landlord. He talked about being evicted in the middle of January. The people that I evicted because they put stuff on the stove in the kitchen, cardboard boxes, and there was a fire that could have burned down the whole house, but they managed to put it out. The fire department called me in the middle of the night, and I said, that's the last straw. You've got to go. And but I told them, you can stay till the end of the school year, an extra 5 months so your kids can finish out the school year. So whereas something bad happened to you in the middle of January, that sounds like an awful thing. I would never do anything like that. But I've had some bad tenants. It's almost funny, or you could laugh that one of them was had just come to work for my lawyer, Steve Phillips, his law firm. He was a new lawyer, and I said, "What could go wrong?" He's a lawyer. He works for my lawyer, and the guy turned out to be a real crazy. He lost his mind. He holed himself up in the house. He brought other people in to share the rent with him, and then abused. In the case of one girl, Steve Phillips, of course, fired him because he went nuts. His name was Sean Tao.
Let's try to keep it a little bit away from getting into.
Okay, so
We're talking about a.
I'm just saying that
petition for-
I've had some real trouble with tenants, and even though I took the best precautions that I could, not to have that happen. And I just think it's wrong that if a tenant is causing trouble, that I should have to go and plead before a housing court judge on property that I've kept up and proud of, that a third party should, that the government should have to, and I'm a liberal, so
Can I ask you
I'm
to
not
wrap
against
up
the
your comment,
government,
please?
that the government should get involved and tell me you can't evict a tenant from your own property. I just think there's something fundamentally wrong with that. If you want to enact something where on a limit on rent increases, I don't know, but to say to a landlord, you have to prove and get tied up in court that to evict a tenant, it's the stress is terrible.
Rich, I'm
So
gonna ask you to
I
wrap
just
this up,
want to put in my 2 cents of a small-time landlord who really tries to do a good job. I've got 2 good tenants in there now, including Spoon Agave. So I try to choose good people, but I've had some real trouble.
Thank you very much. Okay.
you.
And I'd ask that when thank you. Moving to Zoom, please. When I ask people to please wrap up their comment, if they can try to finish up their comment in the next 10 to 15 seconds, I'd greatly appreciate it so other people have an opportunity to speak. No hands on Zoom? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I always thought they were. Okay.
La Flamme, perhaps?
Great.
Wait, is my thing on? Oh.
All right. That was a Zoom bomb.
Getting bombed pretty heavily.
Let's try.
And I've
Yeah.
already kicked this guy out once.
Next name?
Would you like to try Elijah Waterbucks?
That's me.
Yeah.
Hello? Is my audio coming through?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
State your name and where you're from for the record.
I'm on the bathroom.
Yeah. Remove him too.
Yeah, whatever, not that.
Let's try the.
All right, we got one name left up there.
Jamal?
Give Jamal a try.
Excuse me, sir. Could I ask if I could go to the bathroom?
Okay, you can remove him too. Great. All right, so we'll go back to in the room. Yes.
So, my name is Millie Lawler. I live in West Brattleboro. In the apartment this gentleman was kicked out of. And I do not have a lease. I chose not to, and I'll probably get kicked out for being here, but I don't care. The people they kicked out were low income, and they did it because they could. They are demolishing these apartments just to double the rent. It's corporate America taking away what we own. And I moved up here 35 years ago to get away from the city, only to have Boston come and buy these buildings to do this. I think it's a horrible thing to do. And for the landlords that are here, there are just as many bad landlords as there are bad tenants. Not all of us tenants are bad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna still try to get somebody on Zoom in case. No,
See, this one's.
just do the audio, please, if possible.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Let's just keep the side conversations to a minimum, please. And that looks like a bomb as well. Okay. So we'll go back to the room. I think I saw, yeah, I've got a hand in the back who I think I had first, and I've got you next.
I'm Jason Cooper. I'm a local landlord, and it sounds from what I've been hearing that the local landlords seem to be doing okay, and it's when they end up selling the properties that it gets to be a problem. I have one of my buildings is next to a building, a multifamily that for the last couple of years has had some real questionable activity going on there. Lots of 5-minute traffic, a lot of people hanging out there, people sitting out in front, cars pulling up, they lean in to the window of the car for a moment or two, and then they're out. And this, what I hear is that this is illicit activity, nothing that's provable, but apparently 2 weeks ago, one of the people who lived in the back of that apartment was coming home late one night, and as he was getting back to his place, someone jumped out of a vehicle, dragged him back into the car, and beat the tar out of him, and told him that if he didn't repay the money for the drugs that he bought, that he was going to be in big trouble. This was a story told to me by the person who owned that building. That tenant went to his landlord and said, "I got to get out of town quickly," turned over possession of his apartment and vanished. I found out later that he had few days later, he was seen in and out of my building next door in the second floor apartment in the back. Then over the last week or two, I'm seeing all kinds of traffic, the 5-minute traffic up and down that staircase in the back of my building, and I knew this was trouble. Then, as you probably saw in the paper today, over the weekend, several shots were fired into the front of my building. And apparently whoever did it didn't even realize what apartment they were shooting at. They shot into an apartment of someone who had nothing to do with this because the person who was involved with it was in the back. So this proposal is being put through. What can I do at this point? I can not renew that person's tenancy, which comes up in a couple of months, or I can start an eviction proceeding, which will take 6 months to a year to get them out. Which is better for my tenants who have to live with that? What is better for the town of Brattleboro? What is better for my property to be able to provide decent housing? This proposal will definitely protect that person to be able to keep them in their housing for as long as up to a year. I think it's a bad idea to put this proposal forth. I think it's a bad idea to vote for it, and I really hope people vote against it, because what it does is it keeps those kind of people in the housing so that it makes it harder for us to be able to provide decent, safe housing for all the rest of our tenants. And the vast majority of our tenants are really good people. They really are. It's a few bad apples that make this town unsafe and that cause a lot of the problems here. We need help from the town, the courts, to be able to remove the people who are not being responsible. Yes, housing is a right, but with rights come responsibilities, and that's irresponsible, and we should be able, as property owners, to get rid of the people who are being a problem, who are making it unsafe and disrupting all the rest of the people who are good people who live in our rental housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason? No hand, oh, we've got a hand on Zoom.
Yeah, I think this one's legit.
That's Zoe.
Yes, that one I do know. Okay. Hi, Zoe, welcome.
Thank you for thinking I'm legit. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I just would like to, so again, my name is Zoe Cunningham Cook. I am from Brattleboro and live in Brattleboro. I would like to speak to clear up some confusion about the type of, length of time that eviction cases take. So I'm an attorney with Vermont Legal Aid. Housing cases are, you could say our bread and butter, but we're nonprofit, so it's not really an apposite metaphor. But first of all, no cause eviction cases have much longer notice periods. they have to be 60 or 90 days notice. In comparison, for cause notice periods can be 14 days. As for once a court case is filed, mine and my colleagues' experience is that the case takes longer if there are counterclaims, such as for discrimination, habitability, or retaliation. It is also our experience that those types of counterclaims arise with far more frequency with no cause evictions than for cause. My colleagues from Vermont Legal Aid also have a far more depth analysis of this type of data. And I would also just like to put out there that I have cited data. I believe the last meeting people were talking about how these are all anecdotal experiences of no cause eviction, but I did cite data as to no cause eviction and its effects. And I'm more than happy to share that data. In addition, there is information on the City of Burlington's website under Just Cause Eviction. So you can find that information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Go back to in the room. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I had a hand here first. I apologize.
Aaron Smith, landlord in Brattleboro. So we're talking about protecting tenants, and I believe tenant protections are important. It's a shame when something happens, you know, that is lopsided. But if we're really talking about protecting tenants, I think we would all do better to vote this down because, unbeknownst to me, Jason Cooper kind of hit it on the head. Let's paint a scenario. You have a multi-unit building, 4, 6, 8 units, and you have somebody with questionable behavior, like traffic, cars coming and going all night long. Now, if you take away the no-cause eviction when that offending tenant, his lease comes due, now the landlord has to go with just cause, and now it has to be provable. Well, without a drug conviction, you can't prove that that traffic is due to drugs while it's disrupting all the other tenants and their peace and well-being. So to remove a tool from a landlord that's more easily used than having to prove in court is a misnomer if you're thinking it's protecting tenants. And I think another point to be had is if we are in a housing crisis, there is not nearly enough housing. The more you handicap people that are going to create housing and what they can do with it and how they can manage it is not going to help create housing. Okay, so this will help no one if this passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. I'm sorry, Aaron. I apologize. No hands on Zoom, so I saw yes.
My name is Dart Everett. I've been in town for 52 years and a landlord for about 40. I've had as many as 51 units down to about 26 now. I just sold a couple. And if you want to buy apartments, I have some for sale. It's a good example of the problem, and it was just cited. A couple years ago, the Commons had a series of articles by Kevin O'Connor. 33 Oak Street had a lot of drug dealing going on. The police, supposedly, according to Kevin, the police had been called 70 times. Now, if after 70 times you can't get rid of a drug dealer, how is a private landlord supposed to do it himself? You can't. They drive up, as somebody said, they go out to a window, they open a window, and there's a passing of the hand. You can't prove anything. But so that's a case where you have to have no cause eviction. A landlord doesn't want a vacancy. It costs us money. I mean, no matter how good the apartment is, when somebody leaves, it costs you $1,000 or $2,000 to do the necessary EMPs and inspections and painting. So, you know, we don't want to get rid of tenants. I want to get rid of some apartments right now if anyone's interested, but it isn't because of my tenants. In the years that I've had apartments, I've probably used no cause 6 times. It's very seldom. This guy from Burlington that came down threw out statistics that I'm sure don't exist, that on how many times no cause evictions are used. It isn't often, because you don't want to get rid of tenants. So I hope that people will vote no on this ordinance.
Thank you, Dart. Hand on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him to unmute, but I'm a little concerned about him.
Okay. Hello, state your name for the. Nope. All right, let's. Yeah. All right, we'll go back to the room. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think Frick may have had his hand up first. So.
No.
Okay.
You didn't get to speak. You had to go up for a recall. Because we don't have to do it.
Thank you. My name is Susan Belville. I'm from Brattleboro. I own my own rental properties as well as manage rental properties in the Brattleboro area. I need to clarify one thing that was brought up by one of the Zoom participants. That was stated that 14 days was an optimum for starting an eviction process. That's in 2 just cause areas. One is for non-payment of rent. You can issue a 14-day notice. You can issue a 7-day notice if there's criminal activity in the building that's provable that you can take to court. Any other notice that you have to give for removing a tenant starts with 30 days. And in some cases, it's longer than that, depending on the length of tenancy they have with the building. So I'm strongly opposed to this article. Number one is because no one should be locked into a never-ending contract with people. People change, situations change, and you need to have the option to end a contract that's equitable termination for both parties. The other one is, the other issues are, it's not just the contract piece of it. It happens to be the onerous terms in Section E and Section F that says that we will make tenants whole by paying them a 1 month's rent if we ask them to leave because we need to do major renovations. That we, it's called hardship and relocation assistance. Yet we're not allowed to collect last month's rent anymore to help with tenants being able to move on. The other one is that if there's, we have to provide a notarized affidavit attesting to the need for the eviction. If we're doing major renovations or lead abatement or any of that stuff, we have to provide a notarized affidavit that this is what we plan to do. And that's why we need to regain control of the apartment. I work really hard to retain good people in the buildings that I own and manage, and I really find this will make it more difficult for me to operate in a safe and wholesome manner with both tenants as well as the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. How is Zoom looking?
Alvery?
Hello, if you want to just state your name for the record.
Alvery?
Yep. Where are you from?
I am from Ohio,
Okay,
Ohio, California.
We'll have that one. Mute that one too. Well,
You want me to get rid of it?
yeah.
All right. Good night, Alvery.
You. Okay. Any other hands? Yes. Frick had.
Hi, Frisk Sprite, District 3. I've been getting a lot of calls from Alvery lately.
Really?
Oh, a lot of 802 numbers that are from Texas or California.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Joke. An old buddy, apparently. Anyway, I guess what I want to speak to this time is the apparent confusion between symptoms and problems, and also prejudices. There seems to be this prejudice about tenants, who are always the victim, landlords are always the bad guy, and then the problem is always the symptom. I don't believe we actually have a housing shortage, given that 1,000 units are Airbnb. Shutting down Airbnbs, the Airbnbs are another symptom. They're a symptom of the fact that we have an extremely dysfunctional situation in terms of enforcing our leases and protecting the quiet enjoyment of our tenants who deserve to be left alone. We have a problem with, we don't, half the time, I mean, Jason could speak to this, and probably all of us could, getting to the point in a court where we actually get to try and prove our case is a challenge. I keep hearing stories about cases being dismissed for new filing requirements that none of us have ever heard of before. There's this assumption that keeping a problematic tenant in a building is in the best interest of the public, which is absurd. It's as absurd as asking someone to leave who's a good tenant and then withholding their deposit on false pretenses. The issue of out-of-state owners coming in and buying places up is something should be a real concern. And doing things that discourages local people who know the turf, know what they're going to have to deal with if they get into buying a building, is a real problem. And we need to figure out how we can protect our good local landlords, hold the bad ones accountable, and hold the bad tenants accountable in an efficient way that is accessible. And
Ask you to
on
finish
both sides, we have a problem. And the net result is we have Airbnbs, which are perfectly the right of people who own property to do. And
Thank you. Another hand on Dale, I see you, but I'm looking to see if there's anyone else who hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet. Yep.
I'm Jackie Reese from here in Brattleboro. I have an apartment built, small house.
Welcome, Jackie.
So, as I'm listening to all of this and as I have been thinking it through, basically what this change will, I think, most likely, the unintended consequences are going to be that small landlords like me who, if we are forced into keeping any tenant that comes in for as long as they want to be there or as long as they live, I don't object to that. I rent to old people all the time, and I'm very happy with that aspect of it. But if I'm going to be forced to take somebody in and keep them until I can prove that what they're doing in my building is a harm to my building and my other tenants, I'm gonna think twice about adding any properties. And I know if I had a lot of properties, like some people do, you're going to sell them. And if this evolves into something that's truly detrimental to the neighborhood, the building, and generally the people in town, The only people that are would be willing to take them on are the big corporations that have the money to hire, have a lawyer on retainer, and they can deal with all of finding the loopholes that will be found. Any law that gets passed, loopholes are found. And there'll be larger corporations who can actually afford to leave their apartments empty until they can figure out a way to, to get somebody good in there. Other people have pointed out it's going to make it harder for people who are maybe new to renting. Maybe they're young people and they don't have any record. They don't have much references. They may not have a credit report. It's going to be harder for them to find an apartment. So there are other solutions, and some of the solutions are going to have to be taken care of by other departments, by the social services, by the town itself, by the police department, by the building department. It's not fair to be asking landlords to take on all of that burden, and that's really what you're going to be doing if this is passed.
Great. Thank you, Jackie. I see Katie there, who I know is a real person, and then I'll look for a couple more hands before we finish up. We're already past the 45-minute mark that I was hoping to get to, but I want to make sure people have an opportunity to speak. So I'll look for a couple more after Katie. Just got to unmute there. There you go.
Okay. Yep. Thanks. My name is Katie. I am a resident of Brattleboro. I grew up around Brattleboro. I've been both a renter and a property owner throughout my lifetime. And I hear, I've heard folks saying, especially those that spoke in support of this, saying that this isn't about solving a housing crisis, but this proposed charter change is absolutely, I would argue, a symptom of this housing crisis. Housing is a basic human right. I hope we could all agree on that. And I think that this proposed charter only addresses a symptom of the real ailment. And that ailment is that we don't have enough housing. We don't have enough housing locally, regionally, or nationally. Alienating our housing providers is not going to serve those in need of housing. It creates an exceedingly low bar for how we define a good tenant. Paid rent and rule following does not promise us good neighbors or stronger communities, nor does it provide what is really needed to address the core issue. We need more housing. Supply and demand is the basic model that we need to look to. More housing across all subsets of our various economic situations will house more families. It'll provide more choices to those that need housing, and it shifts the power in the market from the landlords to the renters in the market, and it empowers those renters through choice and options. Article 2 will slap a Band-Aid on this bigger issue that begs to be addressed, this need for more housing. And I hope that my other fellow community members and voters will join me in voting no and continue in having a conversation that more wholly and equitably addresses this ailment behind the symptom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. Back to the room. I see a hand up there already spoken. If there's anybody else who hasn't spoken already, who already wants to on this, yes, come on up.
Hi, I'm Ann Zimmerman, and I spoke to this on Friday and wasn't sure I was going to speak again, but I felt like I wanted to address, sort of a common theme. The reason why a number of communities around the state have taken this up is because we do have a huge skyrocketing problem with no-cause evictions in the last couple of years. And predominantly what happens when people are no-cause evicted is the rent goes up exorbitantly. One of the apartments that, last time I was here, I spoke to, a friend and a group of her friends who received, a non-renewal of lease notice. One of those vacated apartments that was $1,050 is being advertised now for $1,700, and that's kind of the crux of the matter. And one of the reasons why at hearings like this, you're predominantly hearing landlord voices is because it is intrinsically an unequal power relationship, and the people who are in the vulnerable place are terrified to speak out. I mean, you can be retaliated against, and that is typically the nature of, why people don't speak out, because you can be no-cause evicted for complaining about certain conditions or just raising issues of things that need to be done. And where are you going to go in Brattleboro right now if you lose your place to live? I mean, I feel right now like the social service agencies who are working their butts off to get unhoused people housed are now also working their butts off to get people who had housing rehoused because they lost their housing for no cause that can be explained. And I know there's some really excellent people who are landlords in this town. Some of them are in this room, and I know them to be really good people. And I know that they think they're always only going to no cause evict someone to protect their other tenants, who are maybe all complaining about this one person. And I would just submit that by the same token, tenants sometimes just don't like other tenants and can spread rumors about them. People can gang up on someone. There can be cultural differences. Maybe people don't like kids. Maybe people don't like Muslims. It opens it up to all kinds of prejudices for people who have more of an in with a landlord, a different kind of relationship with the landlord, to gang up on somebody who might face some kind of barriers to inclusion. So that's one thing. So I would just say, given that, yes, you do need to balance that relationship, and we have a system of checks and balances, and I feel like what is being asked for here is to maintain the shortcut to that system of checks and balances that protects the most vulnerable. I don't think we're doing anything here that is going to undermine the sacredness of property rights. That's essentially what this country was founded on. But there are other human rights that need to be held up also, and that we need to, work to balance those. And places that have put this in place, just cause eviction, things haven't come tumbling down. There's all kinds of places like New Jersey and New Hampshire, that have done this, and landlords are still fine.
Thank you very much. Kurt, you got the final word.
I think my video is not going to work again.
That's fine. Go ahead.
My name's Kurt Dimes. I live in District 2. I'm the director of Brattleboro Common Sense, which is the author of the original legislation, which I presented to the board in late 2020. Elizabeth has witnessed and commented on it, and she can confirm that it was submitted back then. So I'm speaking as a tenant advocate as we started that legislation, and we are aware and working on the housing issue. We have an initiative to create new housing in recreation vehicles. And so we take a broad look at this, and we also promoted rent control. We think that rent control is a perfectly simple way to prevent landlords from raising the rents very quickly and abruptly. The term of just cause, the just cause eviction clause, is not needed if you have the term, which is already in our original legislation, to prevent landlords from raising the rents more than 12% in a year. So, the just cause is not needed. But I want to say a little bit more about where this, why I'm here opposing my organization's own legislation. Mr. Everett referred to the guy from RAD. And it's our fault again. We invited him here to help us promote our broader agenda. And we couldn't agree on things. And RAD took our legislation before it was reviewed by our attorney. And that's why, and it was promoted with this, with the addition of this endless lease provision. It was promoted to the public in a deceitful kind of way, without a backing or vetting of an attorney. So that's why we have this very controversial and dubious term, which makes the leases binding on landlords in perpetuity and not on the tenants. I mean, it's really an absurdity, and the legislative council will not approve it. Our attorney says the legislative council will not approve it. Don't be fooled. The laws in New Jersey and Chicago, I don't know if it's Chicago, but Seattle.
Thought there.
Pardon?
I'm just asking you to finish your thought.
Oh, the laws in Seattle are different. They have 18 terms of exceptions. It's quite different. It's a different kind of JCE. And this legislation, if passed, will be an embarrassment and a setback to tenants' rights. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kurt. All right. Before I close this I'm gonna move on. So before we close this public hearing, I just want to remind people that the board is serving as an administrative body here. We basically are hearing the public on this petition twice, once on the 3rd, once tonight on the 7th. This is up to a town-wide vote on March 7th on town meeting day. So there's still time for people to learn more, to speak more on this, ask questions of people in the community, but that we're not voting on this tonight or anything like that. That this is something that the entire town of Brattleboro is going to vote on and be heard on the 7th of March. And with that, I thank everybody for coming out these last 2 public hearings to speak on this issue. It's clearly something that's important to this community. I appreciate everyone staying civil and speaking to the issues, and for coming out, especially last Friday when it was so cold. So yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you very much. And with that, board, I'm going to close this public hearing right now. Thank you.
We're gonna take a break, or
Yeah,
just to get them settled?
Yeah, we're gonna just take a 2-minute break to let people move out who were here for the public hearing. So we're gonna reconvene the Brattleboro Select Board meeting. It's 7:35. We got a little over, but I think everyone needed a little bit of a break. We're gonna move on to agenda item 8A, which is unfinished business, EMS strategy with AP Triton, and we'll go through this and we'll have our break at some point during this discussion as well. I'm going to turn it over to John for a brief moment to discuss the memorandum, and then I think we're going to hear from the folks from Triton.
And we've invited the chief and assistant chief up to sit with us tonight.
Yes, gentlemen, welcome.
And if we could get AP Triton, Mr. Rich Buchanan up on the screen. So in December, last December, AP Triton completed and presented an emergency medical services feasibility study and operations analysis to the Select Board. This 112-page document included an evaluation of current conditions in the town, a set of general recommendations, and an EMS cost and revenue analysis. Due to the in-depth nature of this report, staff has invited Mr. Rich Buchanan from AP Triton back to address any further questions that the Select Board or interested parties might have regarding this initial report.
Excellent. So Rich, we're going to hand it over to you. I think you might have some prepared remarks first. And I just want to thank you for your patience. If you were in the meeting, the town of Brattleboro, we talk about a lot of important things for this community. And so that last item went a little over the projected time. So thank you for your patience.
I'm happy to be here. First, are the audio, or is my audio working okay?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Perfect. And I understood there may be one or two slides that go up on the screen. If they're unavailable, that is certainly not necessary. So let me know that next.
I'm looking to Patrick right now.
I would need to take a look for them.
I should have teed you up on that. I'm sorry about that, but they are in your email. If
Excellent.
Let me go ahead and do it verbally then.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that'd be fine, because it was just to get a conversation started.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think I don't think it's
All right, we'll just go verbally. Sorry about that, Rich.
Okay, from a synopsis point of view, because 99% of what I would like to be available for is just to answer your questions if I can.
Absolutely.
If I can't, then I'm obviously going to go someplace to find the answers. 4 points. First, AP Triton identified a critical need for immediate and future operational fire department staffing. In a brief statement, we need to get some of those firefighters back on the engine. 2-person engine company is what we consider very hazardous. And then long term, we do not believe you are meeting the needs of having an effective response force, meaning a number of firefighters on scene of a structure fire. So these are 2 things that we want you to consider as you move forward. That being said, we also base our evaluation on the totality of providing fire and EMS. I know that there are many folks in the public here and on this meeting. You know, one side is very concerned about EMS and the other is concerned about fire. We at AP Triton actually look at the 3 components, fire, EMS, and law enforcement, as their totality. So we're trying to solve the big picture rather than to breaking them up into parts. The next point is that we provided you 4 options in the back of that document. And basically they're for comparison, they're foundational, meaning you will take those 4 options and you could basically translate them to numerous other models. So these are not the 4 options that you should pick from. They just give you a basis to compare apples to oranges, apples to apples, and hopefully be able to make a decision. But in the end, I'm pretty sure that you folks are going to come up with your own version of it, pulling from each one of those options. And finally, the selected model for the delivery of EMS, regardless of which one you pick or which one you create, needs to be based on performance benchmarks, you probably dictated by the community, and with financial transparency. So with that in mind, those are the 4 key points that we were trying to make in that document. I think I'm going to turn this back to the board and just answer whatever I'm supposed to answer.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Rich. So board, here's how I would like to sort of move this along. I'd like to let the board ask questions of Rich. You know, we've had an opportunity to read and digest this lengthy analysis. So I imagine that we have questions. I know we've also, there have been questions submitted from the community that have been answered. And so, there's been a lot of dialogue on this already. And then once the board has had an opportunity to ask some questions of Rich, then I'd like to open up to the public to ask questions. And then finally, I'd like to pass it back over to John as we sort of conclude this discussion. As you see in the final paragraph of the memorandum prepared for the select board, that town staff have some suggestions on thoughts for sort of next steps. And I'd like John to speak to that briefly. So with that, let's start with board members. Questions, comments for AP Triton. Who wants to start us off? Have you guys gone lazy, not speaking at all this meeting so far? So you don't have nothing to say?
I am
Yes.
here to listen. I'm here to listen to the questions and the answers and, see what we all conclude. And I really like what Rich had to say about, looking for performance benchmarks and financial transparency. And ultimately, I'm sure we'll take our apples and oranges and make fruit salad.
Thank you, Liz. Other board members? Daniel?
I guess I'll
Yeah.
try something substantive. Excuse me, sorry. That's a little catty.
Oh.
I'm not going to make a joke about fruit salad. So I read this report, as quickly as I could, and it took me a long time because there's a lot to digest here. And I'm sure that the public, in their infinite amount of spare time, also did the same. And my point is that, you know, there is a lot to digest. What are we now? A couple of months? Well, a month and a bit after it was first presented to us. And, you know, during those weeks, I have heard from some people, I've considered some things, and I've kind of boiled the report down to like a few key things that at least are going to help me, I believe, make a good decision in the end. So the first thing is about staffing levels. And so I want to use this opportunity really as like clarification, right? Like I read this, I thought I understood it to the best of my ability. I wrote a bunch of questions, which I sent and got some pretty satisfactory answers. And I'm not going to go over every single piece of that, but I'd like to reveal some of it. If anyone wants to see them, they're all here. So Rich, can you talk about the number of firefighters that you believe that the Brattleboro Fire Department needs to have today? And then the number of firefighters that you believe we need to have with the different EMS models?
Absolutely. And of course, this is, again, I always get back to the difference between what are national standards and what is a community desire as far as the balance between fiscal responsibility and the type of service that they want. Based on your mutual aid, which you have excellent mutual aid, but due to the delay in arrival and the resources they can bring, the ultimate goal would be for, in our perspective, is to get to somewhere around 10 personnel on duty that could respond to a fire. Now, that may be a lofty goal that needs to, and that's at any given moment in a 24-hour period. That goal is probably pretty lofty, but it's something to work for. The actual standard gets you as high as 16 and 17, which quite frankly, most municipalities don't meet. And based on your location geography, it's just an unreasonable expectation. So based on the resources that come from your neighbors, if you could get somewhere between 8 and 10 folks from your department to that structure fire, then you at least have what we would consider a reasonable chance to effect a safe rescue and to protect your firefighters during the process.
Okay. And so we currently have 7 on each shift, correct? Correct. So you're saying adding 3 to each shift?
Yes, sir. And it's particularly exacerbated at this moment since you've actually pulled 2 of those folks off of your engine right now and they're covering an ambulance. So where you have 7, it's actually only 5 that respond to the fire today. And this is something that we believe needs immediate attention. And then you work towards the 10 as you know, whether you decide to do this with the means of EMS or you simply fund the fire department or how you do it, but it's a goal we would like you to look at.
Okay, thank you. You know,
Want to just continue on?
yeah, and like, I just want to kind of be straightforward with you all. Like, I'm asking these questions and I sort of know some of the answers to this, but I want to make sure that you all know. So I think it's important to reveal the staff in need. And then I guess the other thing that seems really important to me right now, because they impact revenue projections, are the sort of projected number of transports we might reasonably do in a 12-month period, and the data for like what's called the payer mix, right? So one thing I noticed in the report is it seemed like the number of transports was a pretty conservative number based on what I've seen in our data since July 1. Sorry, I shouldn't do this on the fly. Okay. When I wrote this question, we had done 1,534 EMS calls, and the report estimates that we might have around 1,700 transports in a year. Based on what I've seen, it looks like we might be closer to 2,000. Would you agree, Rich, that the number of transports in the report is conservative, or do you think that it's an appropriate number?
No, you're absolutely correct. We're very conservative, and your volume is higher than that. But when making this decision, I just wanted to do it from a position where this can probably only get better. We'd hate to overpromise and underdeliver.
Yeah, agreed. And so, the other piece of that is that
Actually, I think did you have a?
Oh, no, just hold my pen.
Chief,
you were going to.
I just wanted to state that as of this morning, we've done, let me find it here, it's 1,253 transports in about 7 months.
Okay. Yeah. And so the second piece of that is that of those transports, a certain percentage of them will be Medicare, a certain percentage will be Medicaid, and then the rest will be made up of private insurance, no insurance, something else. And so I just want to kind of clarify for myself and for the public that the mix of insurances that we estimate going forward is based on data that we've had from Golden Cross since we've started working with them in July, and also data from before that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So we tried to get it from two sources. One was the billing companies in your area, and we reached out to two of them, and they were consistent with each other. And then we applied what Golden Cross, which was also consistent. So those numbers are basically a combination of those three sources to give us an idea that that's about what they're doing. What I don't have is the specific payer mixes for Rescue Inc. for the years past, but I think particularly the billing companies, since they represent numerous agencies, I think they're very accurate.
Right. And so even if we didn't have that data from Rescue, it's not likely that vast numbers of the population is going to shift from having Medicare to not having Medicare, for example. That would be pretty surprising.
Yes, I think it'll be very consistent.
Yeah. Okay. So the revenue projections that are in this report are conservative based on the number of transports and are likely accurate based on the mix of payers from insurances.
Yes, sir.
That would be a fair statement.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have a quick question, Rich. So I've heard about, and you have to apologize for my inarticulate way of sort of describing this. So in 2025, the federal government is going to reassess the Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement levels. Do I understand that correctly? For calculating like the percentages, or it was supposed to happen more recently, but then COVID pushed it back. Am I talking totally in left field here, or is this something familiar?
Nope, you're absolutely correct. And it's been done several times.
And so my question, so my question is, how has that impacted the reimbursement rates, not reimbursement rates, the reimbursement levels, the other times that was done, and how could it impact the numbers that we're considering now, considering those numbers could change in as soon as 2 years?
And actually, in all fairness, I can't speak to what the federal government's going to do. I do know that they're about to make these announcements.
Yeah.
In the past, always, the federal government usually wants to decrease their liability. But again, this is a political agenda, and it depends on the current, state. So I can't speak to what they're going to do. But I think that the bottom line that we've calculated, I think it was at 38% of collections, I think is a very safe number carrying you the next 5 or 10 years at least. I don't see that you'll get below that, especially considering, the way demographics are moving. And I think that although you will see changes and, we always have to deal with it as we have many times before, I think that 38% collection is so conservative that I don't believe that this will be a challenge for you.
Okay, thank you. Other board members? Daniel, do you have additional questions? Any other questions from the board before I open up to the public?
I'd like to hear what's top of mind of people who came to the meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Look to the room first. I see Dale. Go ahead, come on up.
When I first got United Healthcare, I thought it was a bit much, but it gives you so much more money to pay your doctors and everything. So I think he was right about it, things being conservative. You're getting a lot more money, like to pay what they used to pay at $45, they're now paying $70. So when the person who you pick up, transport, whatever, that's gone up. And it's going to probably keep going up. And then they gave me another $3,500 just for my teeth and eyes and stuff. I never had something like that before. So if we're getting it, you guys should be getting a lot more to cover the town.
Right. Thank you, Dale. Go to Bob. I see you on Zoom there.
Okay, I think I'm here. This is Bob Ozer and Brattleboro. Like Daniel, I had submitted some questions in writing, so you're all aware of that. I got an answer on one thing, I think, but not on the others. But I will say up front that I am a bit prejudiced, and I would appeal to the board that the board reopen a working relationship with rescue and re-engage in conversation with them. So I understand there has been no conversation since July. So I think that's very important, and I'll say a little bit later why I think that's important. In a lot of the people that I've talked to, they were very impressed by the AP Triton report, and they were extremely impressed by a graph on page 45, which compares the response times for Golden Cross and for rescue and for Brattleboro Fire. But if you start to peel into that, I was wondering, and I don't know how I should do this in terms of asking questions. Should I stop for the answer, Ian? Or?
No, I'm going to hold you to the 3 minutes like I'm trying for everybody. And if you want to get as many questions as you can then, and then we'll call back on you again. We'll answer those questions and we'll go to other people and we'll call back on you.
So we'll do this like a public hearing in a similar way. So anyway, in that graph, there's no indication of where the data comes from. And there's a question even as to what it means, because you don't necessarily want to rely on speed alone if your speed is going to impact on bystanders. So maybe not everything is a priority one. But there's a question about where the data comes from, whether priority one and priority two calls were lumped together on that. Now, Rescue held a consortium on January 17th and looked at the data and actually showed the data to the people who were present. And the data came up with a different conclusion than that chart on 42. The difference was like 71 seconds in response times. So there's an open question, where does that data come from? Also on January 17th, there was a select board meeting, and at the select board meeting, the fire department representatives indicated that they had made a switch in how they were reporting data, because the way they were reporting it was not statistically accurate. And that's a quote. So I guess I have a question there as to what is the resolution of this confusion on response times, and sort of the Tip O'Neill question. Can we agree on the facts, even though we're all entitled to our own opinion? Moving over to cost and picking up on something that Dale had said.
Bob, and we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. So thank you for that question, Bob. I think the question was to explain the differences in the response times in chart on page 45 to the data that Bob saw at the consortium. So Rich, do you feel comfortable speaking to that briefly?
Absolutely, and it's a very reasonable question. It's important to note that we at AP Triton, when we do these studies, we have a very objective perspective. It's based on the statistics available, and it's very sterile. The data that was shown in that graph is based on the 911 dispatch coming out of Brattleboro. It's coming out of what is called the computer assisted dispatching, the CAD. And it compared all the entities apples to apples. If it came in as a priority 1, then it was pulled out of it and it was used in the analysis. If it was assigned by that dispatcher as a priority 2, then it was not used for the analysis because we don't worry about non-emergent events. And by the way, it's just so I interchange, when you say priority 1, I'm referring to that as an emergent event. So the data in there is from your CAD system. Now, what is happening here is that I think that call, and this is based on our observation, your dispatch center would then send the call in the past to Rescue Inc., and they would make a determination whether they believed that that was priority 1 or priority 2, and they would dispatch their units accordingly based on their judgment. This has nothing to do with the report because we weren't given access to that information. Had we been provided their incident data, we then could have done a chart side by side and said, okay, based on what they considered priority 1 or emergent, here was their response time. We did not have that. So we had to base it on purely what came out of your CAD system, and those numbers are just pure. And there's probably a good discussion at some point about whether a call should be emergent or non-emergent, but I don't think it's going to have a great deal of bearing on your decision about how to choose the provider of EMS. But it's certainly something for discussion later down the road, and it includes a lot of elaborate dispatch centers and processes and those kind of situations. But the key here is that is your CAD data. It is apples to apples. And had we been provided the incident data specifically from Rescue Inc. based on their judgment, we would have simply put it side by side for your comparison. So that's how those times came to be. And so there, and all those that are in that report on page, I think it's 45, those are what your dispatcher considered a priority event, priority 1.
Thank you very much, Rich. Daniel wants to speak to that, and then I'm just going to pose that second question back to you guys.
Okay. I just kind of want to say for myself, having looked at response time data since July 1 and before July 1, we looked at a smaller sample than what was used in this report, but data from our own dispatch for ambulance response time. I have no concern about the response times from rescue. I have no concern about the response times from the current system. I think that response times really are not the big issue in this report for this board member.
Thank you, Daniel. So gentlemen from the Brattleboro Fire Department, to just speak for a moment on the kind of point brought up by Bob on the change in reporting. Do you mind just kind of reiterating what you guys spoke to at the last meeting about or at the meeting that you presented on about this?
Sure. So on January 17th, we presented to you the EMS report with 2 different statistical response times, one being our overall response time for all calls as we had been reporting to you folks since July 1 or when we started doing EMS reports. After the AP Triton study, they started looking at, they identified emergent or priority 1s calls and that 90th percentile along with that. So in addition to, so the change is in the addition to, we also provided the average response time, the 80th percentile response time, and the 90th percentile response time to that report.
Thank you very much, AC Kier. Did you have any more? Okay. Other comments on that? Oh, Liz?
I just wanted to mention, so Chuck, those changes to the statistics are based on trying to be consistent with the AP Triton report.
Yep. And that's really so you guys and the folks, as we start to look at what we want to set for goals, you have a better idea of what is actually happening.
Thank you.
And Rich, is that the way that most communities, no matter what system of EMS service they have, try to report their data?
Absolutely, especially based on what I told you during the face-to-face meeting about percentiles. That's the standard that you folks should work from to decide what you want for the community.
Great. Thank you very much, Rich. All right, so I'll open it back up to the room for more questions. Yes.
Franz Reichsman. I live in District 2 in Brattleboro. I'm going to sort of jump onto things that Bob Ozier was talking about. In particular, the lack of communication between the town and Rescue Incorporated, which is kind of how this whole thing started, in a sense, that the inability or unwillingness of Rescue to share its financial data with the town seemingly led up to the original crisis point of the failure of the town to want to provide additional money to support Rescue's efforts. And then Rescue's saying, well, no money, no service. And then at a late stage, the prospect of no ambulance service, then forcing the town into the current arrangements and going through the process of evaluating what the town's needs are in a situation where important decisions have already been made by various players in the absence of good communication. So when Bob brings this up, I think it's really an apt point. Is what's the level of communication and what should it be, and how would our decisions be affected if there were communication between the various entities? The consortium on January 17th was, I think, for me and many other people in the public, the first opportunity to hear from Rescue as to, call it their version of events. And it was distinctly different from the versions that I've heard elsewhere, both in terms of operational data, as we've already seen in terms of comparing runtimes, et cetera. That may not be a directly germane quality metric, but I think there is some worry that it's going to be used in a political arena to allege that Rescue's efforts were substandard. So I think there is some impact of those data, even if it's a misinterpretation of the data. Perhaps as importantly, the presentation by Rescue had some very different information, perhaps not on reimbursement. I haven't actually tracked down the comparative numbers on reimbursement, but the numbers on the establishment and maintenance of a service that they provided in the consortium were very different from some of the numbers in the AP Triton report. And I think that's worthy of comparison and examination and discussion. But the comparison and examination and discussion is not happening right now because there is no communication between Rescue and the town. At least that's how it looks to me. So what I'm wondering is, have you folks looked at the consortium and looked at the presentation by Rescue to see where those discrepancies are and whether they're meaningful, and what the implications of them are for the future of our system here? And I'd also just like to tack on, I'd like to know what involvement of our finance department will be in examining the contingencies going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franz. Okay, so to tackle that, I think probably first and foremost, Rich, have you seen the presentation that Mr. Reichsman was referring to?
I did.
Are you able to speak at this point to I think I've also seen it, and I think I'm not going to speak for those board members. I have no idea. The breakdown of ambulance costs and the distinction between the different elements that were in sort of their breakdown from what was in the Triton report. Can you speak to that now?
Yeah, and keep in mind, as I've said before, and first, before I jump to the financial side, I can't validate or invalidate anything that was said by Rescue Inc. I can only say that it was not made available at the time of this study. And so we have to make with the information that we have access to. I did watch that they showed some response time data based on the 2-week period. That would probably be the only thing I would question, and that we would never show validity in that amount of data. You need no less than 3 years and probably, when beneficial, 5. But that being said, our analysis never pointed in any direction that any entity was providing inadequate service. And I think that's worthy of being said again. I think Rescue Inc. was providing good service. I think your current provider is providing good service. As I said that first night, I'm not sure that that really is a defining characteristic for your decision. Now, specific to the financial statements, what we do is we wanted to compare 4 different base models and what it would cost, and so that you could make a decision. Once you pick a model, then there has to be a great deal of detail that goes into taking a $20,000 line item and breaking it down into 10 subcategories to find out really what it's going to cost based on your local economics. So that was never intended to be to the detail that will be required when you folks make a decision about the model that you want to choose, or better yet, probably the hybrid model that is a combination of 2 of them. So as far as those amounts, it was never intended that way. It is supposed to be a benchmark, a foundation to start making a judgment, and then you start building a very detailed plan and then present it to the organizations.
Thank you very much, Rich. John, I'm going to pass it over to you to speak to both those issues, specifically, though, the question about our finance director.
Yes, and I was going to touch on this a little bit later on.
So a little sneak peek.
Okay. Yeah, we have a full complement of the team working on this report, trying to understand it and trying to operationalize it for the town of Brattleboro, including the fire department, the finance, the assistant town manager, and the HR director. So we're looking at it from a comprehensive standpoint and including very much the financial implications. So,
excellent. Thank you very much, John. Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to make a final point on that. So here it is. Franz is referencing a meeting that was held by Rescue a few weeks ago that was filmed by BCTV, so was available for folks to watch who weren't there. It was interesting. And I can say for myself, it was helpful to hear somebody sort of take another look at this report and, analyze it from their perspective. And so one of the things that stood out to me was that Mr. Hazelton took some of you have probably seen this. It's like a comparison of different models and what it might cost to run them.
It's page 97 in the
Thank
report.
you so much.
Yeah.
And that cost kind of analysis, I mean, it's sort of a summary, it's not super granular, but it includes things like, salaries, operating costs, and kind of capital gear. And in the meeting that Rescue held, what I saw was a kind of critique of this analysis, saying that it had missed certain things. And what I was looking for was the specifics about what it thought that it had missed. But my understanding, John and fire department, is that we have taken a look at that very specifically at each thing and said, yes, that was correct, or no, this was not correct because X. And do we currently feel comfortable with our analysis of their analysis?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that is work that we're currently doing, and we would hope to bring back some more results to you at a March timeframe to dig into that deeper. But it's trying to understand where all those things are. A lot of those are either not costs for us currently, or they're elsewhere in the budget and they're already accounted for. They weren't called out separately by AP Triton. So that's really been our initial assessment of that.
Okay. And then
And the chief might have something to add to that.
Yeah.
Just to add to that, I've been in conversation with two different career chiefs that their towns do fire-based EMS. They provided me their budgets, and I've gone through them and looked at the items that were brought up at their meeting on the 17th, and feel that we're in a good place where we can develop a budget that's fair and reasonable for you folks to look at.
great, thank you.
Other board members to speak before I go over to David? Levenbach is on, his hand up. Oh, it's fine. Step ahead of you there, Tim.
Yeah. For once.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. There are a lot of data in the Triton report, but a significant number is the $936,000 in proposed revenue on page 94. And there may be material in other tables that are the basis for getting to that number. But what is really missing, to my way of thinking, is a step-by-step layout of how you get to that number of $936,000 in projected revenue. And I'm hoping that that would be done for us.
Excellent. Thank you, David. So Rich, I'm going to turn that over to you. So looking at the chart on 94 for proposed projected revenue, the $935,626, is there more breakdown that you can point us to in the report, or additional data that you could give us? Or can you just elaborate on how you got this number?
Well, in the interest of time, the best thing would do is the previous page. The entire narrative explains how we get to those numbers. And I should point out that it is something that we do across the country with a great deal of accuracy. So there's some validity to the years of experience that have gone into it. But the page previous shows exactly how we determine a unit hour utilization. And then we add in all of the, or not the unit hour utilization, the payer mix and the call volume. And again, I think the bottom line is going to be that number is probably very low, or conservatively low, I think is what it would be a better statement. So yes, I would guide the individual, Mr. Levenbach, to the previous page for the details he might be looking for. And then I could obviously answer more questions after that moment. Or I can go through it.
Oh, actually, if you want to just go through it for us, I think that that would sort of speak at least. I'd imagine he's read this, so he's looking for additional material, but we can let him raise his hand again if he wants to speak to it. But for the public, if you wouldn't mind speaking to it briefly, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Well, it starts way back, and I'm going to look really quickly to the payer mix. Give me a moment to scroll through the document.
That's going to be page 85.
Thank you. Page 85 is the foundation. We start out with the payer mix that we discussed a few minutes ago. We have a very reasonable expectation of what your community has for a payer mix, and then we basically get a little conservative from there. So if you look into that, we basically know, based on a conservative 1,776 transports, and keep in mind, we're only talking about those individuals that actually receive transport. We break them down to the numbers, and then we know the percentage that, of course, goes with each one of those. Then we can then calculate, based on our experience, we know what the collection rate is going to be for each one of those categories, whether it's New Hampshire or Vermont Medicaid, because you folks have folks that use both, all the way through the commercial insurance, private pay when people don't have insurance. So basically, we're able to take based on that payer mix, and we have an idea that we multiply that out and we get it to the 38%. And so then we multiply 1776 times the totality of a $1,400 bill. Let's talk about that for just a minute. We look across the country, the below average, and it's just below the average for an ambulance bill, is about $1,556. We dropped that a little bit to $1,400. That is the national average for what is considered a reasonable ambulance bill. And that does not include critical care transport. That doesn't include, these long distance transfers and transport times and that kind of thing. It's just the average. We use the 1,400 mark because we believe that that's where you should be. It is also where, based on a peripheral view of Rescue Inc.'s finances, is what they're charging. So we believe it's in concert with what was being done prior to July. And we took that money, the $1,400 of transport, and then you multiply it by your 1776, that conservative number for the transports, if I'm explaining it well. Mm-hmm. That'll get you that totality of gross charges of $2.4 million. Now we apply the information that I had from above, knowing the different payer mixes, and across the country, we know what Medicare is going to pay, what most state Medicaid is going to pay, so on and so forth. And we were able to calculate that out of the $2.4 million, you're going to have a 38% actual collection, which then translates to about $534 per transport. Multiply that out and you will end up with your gross charges of $935,626. So again, we also understand that this is based on a very general perspective, but I think it is a foundational element for you to use that to start your budget discussions and looking at expenses.
Rich, do you ever go, sorry. No. Do you ever go, does AP Triton ever go back to communities where you did a report such as this report that I'm looking at now, that moved from a private third-party ambulance service to a municipal ambulance service, and look to see how accurate your projections were?
Very much so, and we are very accurate. I'd have to reach out to the organization to see if we can come up with some statistical piece of information for you to use. But we'd like to know how we did and what the perspective was and what the collection. But I can tell you that with great confidence, this number, the actual collection, is going to be higher. And we always do it that way for just that reason. So yes, we are very successful. And if you wish, I will try to reach out and get some statistical validation for that statement.
Yes, please. Yes, Daniel.
Whilst we're on this topic, Rich, can you tell me what Medicare pays for an ambulance transport?
It depends on a little bit, but we're going to use the number $535 to transport.
Okay. And so we'll use that number, and we believe that 50% of people needing this service, right? Not 50% of the community, but 50% of people that are that are going to use an ambulance service will have Medicare.
Based on the payer mix.
Yeah. So let's say 894 multiplied by, you said 534. I make that to be $477,396 from Medicare alone. Does Medicaid pay a significantly different rate than Medicare?
They vary by state, because that's a state program. And what I would have to do, so that we're not doing math in public, I'd have to go back. I do have those where we broke them up, each one of them, and I can give those to the town. When we broke each one out, saying yes, 50% is going to give us this much money, and multiply the number out. We just did the totality down there of 2.4 million. But to save you time, I will get that for you.
Yeah, thanks. My recollection of our conversation at the end of December was that they billed pretty similarly. Not billed, they paid pretty similarly. We're going to do the billing.
For the state of Vermont, your Medicare and Medicaid are going to be pretty close.
Yeah, thank you.
And I just asked the town manager to note down these requests so that we can follow up with an email to AP Triton to ensure that we get it for our next meeting on this. Thank you, John.
Yep.
Other board members on this before I turn it back to Okay, so we just did Zoom, so we're in room, but I've got Kate first.
Hello, Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I want to say thank you so much for the report. It was really good. I do have two questions. The first is, and you sort of just said it, Rich, about doing math in public. Are there experts that actually help communities set up an EMS system that has never done it before? That's my first question. No offense to us, but we're all here with our phones and our calculators. So that would be my first question. And second, I'm just interested, you talk about option 1 on page 95, and it's about negotiating with either rescue or a third party. And it talks about the, due to the lack of congruency for private ambulance systems and limited revenue, our bids might be limited. Then it references the town put out an RFP for a private ambulance transport, and they got 3 submissions. Can you tell us when that RFP went out and who submitted? I don't know how long ago that was. And there were 3 submissions, and you talk about them, but you don't say who they were. So I'm just interested in that.
What page, Kate?
90.
Under
under option 1, second paragraph.
Thank you very much, Kate. Rich, you want to take the second first and then the first?
I probably can't keep it in order, but I should, to be very honest with you, I think the RFP statement in the report is my error. I looked back at my notes. I knew that in July, your previous town manager had reached out to 2 entities, Golden Cross, and I don't remember the name of the other one. The other one did not have the capacity to add. And then, of course, there was going to be Rescue Inc. So that is my reference. I've never seen a community that, honestly, that would put out or request an ambulance provider that didn't include an RFP. So I think it was an assumption and an error on my part to use those letters RFP. I think it may have just been phone calls made and they made some arrangements. So let's take that one about the RFP, and that is my error.
And then the second question was, are there experts that aid communities who have never transferred or transitioned to having municipal EMS who aid them in doing so? I butchered that question, restating it. Kate, I apologize. You were much more articulate than I.
AP Triton routinely builds these systems from scratch. So there are many other companies in addition to us. So yes, there are many resources out there that could come in and at least provide support and say these are perspectives you need to have, and get it down to policies and procedures and budgetary commitments and how to acquire capital equipment. So yes, there are many organizations, including ours, that can do just that.
And that's kind of that's different than what we retained you for, which was to conduct a study that looked at EMS and the fire department. It's a different thing that AP Triton also does.
It's a different task.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, that scope would be specifically, you select a model and an organization like AP Triton would help you build it.
Great. Board members on that before I move over to Zoom again? All right, Bob?
I do a brief question here, just going back to the payer mix. And because one of the prior speakers, I think, alluded to this, do you know what the projected payer mix might be now that Medicare Advantage is a thing? I think some national numbers were about 25%. I talked to a doctor in Springfield recently, and he also says that there are stricter rules with respect to Medicare Advantage in paying ambulance transport fees. And the second part of the question is staying with the revenue issue. Do you have a comment regarding the Vermont Ambulance Agency assessment and how that might reduce the revenue?
Let's start with the agency assessment, if you don't mind, sir, just because I got to keep those words clear in my head. In answer to your question, we did look into it. We do not believe you're going to have a significant impact based on that program. That is not unusual. You find that in many states. So I don't think that has to be a financial consideration to make a decision about a model that you want. If that answers that question. The question about Medicare, Medicaid, and particularly the changes that are going to come or potentially come, if you look on page 46, we basically we can predict the projection of EMS service demand, and we have a pretty good idea that when 50% of that, I think it'll still be 50% of that is going to be under Medicare. But this has happened many times before. I know that there's a lot of attention going into, well, what's going to happen in 2 years? But one thing that is worth noting, and we certainly noted it when we were adding validity to these financial, is Rescue Week's been in business for 50 years, and there has been overwhelming changes in that program, and they've still continued to grow and to be financially successful. So I don't think that I would put as much, I don't want to use the fear, but concern in the changes in Medicare, because we've been facing those. We face them about every 5 years, and we have been for a very long time.
Thank you, Rich. Daniel?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're answering Bob's question. So Bob is kind of saying, does Medicare Advantage pay a different amount? Is that a fact that we have access to?
And actually, I don't want to speak to that and not have a direct number, but yes, they do pay a different amount. Each one of the plans pays a different amount. But again, I think at this stage of what you folks are trying to decide, the totality of the 37% collection, I think is enough for you to make a decision about a model. I think some of what you're trying to do is getting a little deep in the weeds a little early. What is the expression, the horse and the cart? I think I would put your emphasis on the type of service. This will not have the great impact to make a decision for you.
And is the 37% a conservative? I think you actually spoke to this already, but is it a conservative number?
Very conservative. That's why I feel comfortable in making the statement that I understand that we're going to see changes over the next few years. But quite frankly, we always have. And I think that that number is useful for you folks to make a decision about a model.
Excellent. All right, it's 8:30, so I'm gonna give everyone a quick break, and then we'll get back, hear any last minute questions, and then we're gonna hear from John and the town manager's office about next steps and their proposals. All right, 5-minute break. Okay. We're gonna reconvene the Brattleboro Select Board meeting. Thanks, everybody, and thank you, Rich, for your patience there. Everybody just needs a little break. Okay, so we're just gonna take a couple more questions and see if board members have any other questions or comments, and then I'm gonna toss it over to John again. So looking to, yes, if you'd like to.
Pierre Landry, Brattleboro District 1. I'm going to apologize now because I'm going to be all over the place. I got a lot of statements, questions, observations. I got everything. So I guess, starting with the select board, your job is to manage the town's finances and to the best of your ability to protect the taxpayers and fiscally responsible. So one of the things that Mr. Buchanan said, I was here for his presentation back in December, was that both the fire department and Golden Cross are providing excellent service, and Rescue Inc. also provided equally excellent service. My concerns are with staffing, I guess. Mr. Buchanan, just for maintaining the fire department without EMS, he's talking about an additional, 3 people per shift, I think is what he said. Maybe I understood it wrong. And in the report that I also downloaded and read through all those pages, he was talking upwards of 7 to 9 additional people. I don't know if he meant per shift or just overall, but with staffing issues, the difficulty in hiring in this day and age, Doesn't seem like there's available people. Mr. Buchanan also, gave us a warning about, beware of staff burnout. And I think we're heading down that road. I don't know if I got my figures right, but I thought I heard somewhere that the fire department might be running upwards of $300,000 over budget because of overtime. I'm not sure if that's 100% correct, but I've heard a figure thrown around that's what we're projecting by the end of the fiscal year. Some of my observations in town, and I don't know, I don't see everything. I work in town, I live in town. When we were with rescue, I always used to see fire response to all the ambulance calls. I rarely seem to see that anymore. I also used to see police responding as well. I don't really see that as much anymore either. I don't know what the reason for that is. So hopefully that can be answered.
Yep.
Another question is whether it's rumor. If both ambulances go out, they have to bring in additional staff to cover when both ambulances out. And I'm assuming that's staff that are off and they're bringing them in on overtime. So I was wondering if that could be clarified. And then finally, billing and collections. I don't recall seeing that in the report either. The cost of billing for the ambulance service and follow-up collections. I had a question on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, yeah, let's tackle them one at a time. So Rich, first on 9 additional people called for, or firefighters called for in the report. Can you speak to that and give a clarification, kind of what that meant? And I don't have a page number for you, but I know what he's talking about, so I think I can probably find it if you give me a minute.
Yeah, and it's also a very reasonable question. As I said at the beginning of our discussion tonight, we look at the totality of emergency services. So part of what we're looking at here is the benefit, and it was one of the, when we were doing the pros and cons of each model, one of the benefits of adding EMS under fire is those are EMT and paramedic firefighters on that ambulance, which means that your effective response force is increased by 4. 2 per ambulances, 1 at each station. So it is a way to do a cost benefit analysis as you get a dual role. Systems that have what's called single role EMS, that's all they do. They just do pure medicine and they don't serve multiple roles. As you all know, in a community your size, there are many people wearing multiple hats and it's just cost effective. So when we're talking about this, we're trying to look at it from the totality. And one of the benefits of putting it under the fire department would be those are firefighters that are going to arrive in a different vehicle, assuming that they're available. But based on your call volume, they would often be available to fulfill that requirement. So he is correct. We would like to see as many as 3 people per shift increased. Those people might even increase to 4 per shift, and they would be on ambulances. And as I said, it's a cost benefit to have a dual role rather than a single role. Sir, would you like me to continue down the list of his questions that I wrote down, or do you want to lead them on?
Yeah, I think the next one that we'll, do you want to respond to that?
I just wanted to ask a follow-up question on that. So you spoke about having these dual role EMS firefighter folks, and that would be a benefit to the staff, the staff increases that the report suggests we need. Is that accounted for in the chart of the 4 options and the costs of the 4 options that are laid out, or is that just that chart just focused on EMS? And I don't recall what page that chart is.
Yeah,
it's at the end of your document, and we just addressed it when we were doing the pros and cons of each model. But it earlier in the report that we were doing an assessment, because part of our scope of work was to assess the current state of the fire department's response for suppression fires. And so you put those two together, it was a finding that it would be a way to solve a staffing issue that we believe exists right now for that effective response force. So it's broken into several places in that report, but the explanation is probably best suited underneath the pros and cons. Did I answer that well?
I'm looking to Jess, who asked it.
Did you? Go ahead, Daniel.
Let me just ask it very plainly. So in option 2, it says the cost of salaries and benefits is $850,815. Is that the cost of one platoon, or
That's the cost for 10.
everyone?
firefighters.
10 firefighters.
Right.
Right, which would be increasing a platoon of 7 to a platoon of 10.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
However, in the option 1 column, there is nothing under salaries and benefits. So in that option, we would just leave the force the size that it is.
I think that question would be to Rich.
Yes, it is.
It's in the next
Yes.
last line of the.
Just
chart.
let Rich.
Thank you.
And you're absolutely correct. If we just did status quo as of July of last year, there obviously wouldn't be any increase for firefighters. You will have not addressed that issue of what I'm talking about, the effective response force. And of course, the EMS personnel would be under the private ambulance that you hire. So there isn't an additional cost. That chart is only showing the EMS cost of salaries and all of the other line items that are in there. I'm just saying that there is an added benefit that those positions that you see, the 10, the 6 and the 12, they also add to your capacity to fight fire or your department's capacity.
Thank you.
Daniel,
Option 4 want more people.
You come to the mic.
if you want to just come to the mic to clarify.
I also feel like I might have misunderstood. So
Isn't-
go right ahead.
With option 4, aren't we requiring more than 3 additional firefighters to go with option 4?
And I'll direct that back
Yes.
to Rich.
Yes, sir. So, actually, it's 4 people per day times 3 shifts, which is 12 people. And that means that you're covering 2 ambulances, 1 at each station, with 2 new personnel for the totality of 12 new FTEs in the system. They are on ambulances, and that's 4 per day. If I'm just speaking clearly, that's 4 per day, 2 per ambulance, 1 paramedic, 1 EMT per ambulance, 2 stations, and that would be a total of 12 FTEs. Then you can translate that over to the previous discussion in the document about that adds that number of people as an effective response force on a fire. So yes, it is 12 if you did 24 hours a day, 2 ambulance coverage. Option 2 is using surge capacity principles, which many communities do, where you have them on duty during the day and at night you decrease your staffing levels because the call volume is much lower. And that is a very viable option as well.
Daniel?
Thank you. I just want to come back because I actually think I misunderstood. So I was saying 10 is a regular platoon size of 7 plus 3, which is a fact, I guess. 7 plus 3 is 10. But the number at the bottom, the number at the bottom here, where it says BFD firefighters funded, we're talking about the cost of funding 10 additional staff that we do not have today that will be trained to do both EMS and fire response.
Yes, sir, for that model.
Thank you so much.
If you
Okay.
pick that model, that's what it would be.
Can I do an addendum
Addendum to that?
directly on the end of this? I do want to remind everyone here that I'm going to hold you to your words earlier, Rich. You said trying to get to 10 is a reasonable goal, given budget constraints and the traditions of our area and what our capacity is here. You also said 8 is okay as a first step. So it's a little bit of like, if you're going to eliminate a column because it looks outrageously expensive, that's not what we're doing here. It's not columns. We're going to be morphing this to what we need.
Yes.
In Brattleboro.
It's the fruit salad.
And I think one thing I wanted to ask Rich is, so the NFPA effective response standard that we're working with, and you're sort of comparing to what Brattleboro has as of June, or as of July 1st of this year. If we go back and look at our historical numbers, Brattleboro's never been at the NFPA effective response standard. Is that accurate?
I can't speak to your entire history because you did have volunteers, and I think at some point that there was a different model there. But from a paid perspective in your recent past, I would say that you had an inadequate effective response force based on national standards.
And so I think it's one of the questions that the community needs to consider and think about is, we as a community decided if it was done in a public meeting and sort of discussed, or just over time, what our response level was for our fire department, that there was I don't want to say substandard level because it was not substandard for our community. We felt that it was an effective level for a number of firefighters. And we need to continue to have that discussion, especially if the community were to consider onboarding municipal EMS as well. That's part of the discussion. I think the NFPA standards are an important benchmark to consider, but this community has never met them. So it's a pretty big ask to sort of now suddenly say that, well, now we have to meet those. Or if the community says that we should, that's a conversation I think we need to have.
Yeah.
Yes, Liz.
I think it would be nice to have our fire department respond to that, how the national standards would translate to the town of Brattleboro.
Do you want to speak to it at all briefly?
I'll just, as Rich stated earlier, there's no community that it's going to get 17 people unless you're in New York City or something like that. What this 10 people does, it gets you more of a middle of the road, which we've been telling people this for years.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on this department for 35 years and there hasn't been a staffing change in over 30 years. We've been at 7 people. When I started 35 years ago, we had a call force of 30 something people. Today we have 0. So the amount of people that you got coming to a working fire today that you had 30 years ago is very different.
Can you just tell the community what a call force is?
A call force is when we had like volunteers or on call that came in and provided, like they came in on big fires. And you could talk to any volunteer fire department. Volunteers aren't there anymore. There's too much going on in people's lives, and the amount of training that you have to do to be certified as a firefighter and an EMT is way too much for a person to do as a part-time thing. They got families, they got their jobs. They just can't do it. So that's why Rich is referring to, we have a great mutual aid system. We do. But we don't know what we're going to get during the day from Putney, Dummerston, Hinsdale. We just don't know what they're going to be able to provide us because their people are working. Our only guarantee right now for mutual aid that I know I'm going to get is Keene and Greenfield because they're a permanent staff department. And that's who I know who I'm going to get for sure. Not saying that these volunteer departments aren't coming, but we just don't know what they're coming with or how much, and they don't either.
And Chief, while we still have the spotlight on you, why don't we try to respond to these other questions? So the fire rescue response before July 1st to after, like fire trucks arriving first, that kind of question. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, what he's referring to is prior to July 1, we responded to priority 1 calls with Rescue Inc., which they went and a fire truck went. That works very similar today. If there's a priority 1 call saying cardiac arrest in progress or potentially not breathing, that ambulance and a fire truck's following it. If it's difficulty breathing or something that's not life-threatening, then we just send the ambulance crew to that, and the ambulance crew gets there and assesses the situation. And if they determine that they need the engine to come, the engine will come. He referenced the police department. As we know, the police department is very strapped. So they're asking us they're telling us, hey, we can't come to every call like we used to. If you need us, tell us and we'll be there. And I'll address his overtime question as well.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you to address overtime, and then can you also address the do both ambulances go out question?
Yeah. When both ambulances go out, currently, there's a third ambulance at Station 2. That crew that's up there, it's a 2-person crew. They're cross-staffing between the fire truck and the ambulance. So if that third EMS call comes in, they get off the fire truck at Station 2 and get in the ambulance and go to the call. And then if it needs to be called back, we call back. But I can tell you, we've minimally called back because of EMS. We call back because we go out of town a lot, or anytime that we have a cardiac arrest call and the crews call and say CPR is in progress, our dispatch knows to automatically call in 4 people to get the coverage back in. The overtime that he's referring to, the reason the overtime's high, and it is because we've had 7 people move on and do different things, which requires us to hire 7 people. When we hire those 7 people, we have to train them. And when we train them, we have to have somebody come in on overtime to train them. And they don't count towards the shift count until we feel they've met the criteria to count to that shift count. So with that, we have to hire in overtime to fill those spots. We've had 4 people out on FMLA. They've had children. It's their right to take FMLA and stay home with their children. Fortunately, we've had 4 people that have done that. One of those people that left was a captain for 10 years. Joe Newton, who is our fire alarm superintendent, has many years of experience. I had to pull him from his 40-hour duties, put him on the shift floor because I needed the experience to lead a shift for a while. And Joe was a 40-hour employee. So after 8 hours each shift he worked, so 10 shifts a month he worked, after 8 hours, he was getting 16 hours of overtime. That's part of, I need to put out a crew that's going to be safe and that's going to provide the service that the people want. That's what we had to do. So that's why our overtime is way up. Do I see light at the end of the tunnel with it? It's getting better, yes. We've got, knock on wood right now, full staff. And another thing I want to make clear is we have 7 people on a shift. Every day, either somebody's on vacation or if somebody calls out sick. So typically we're running with 6 people on a shift each day. So just so you understand that.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I'm just going to toss it back over to Rich for that last question, which is on the billing and collection costs and whether they were incorporated into the report. And if you could just speak to it a little bit.
Of course. On page 79, it discusses in detail that process of doing your medical billing collection. And quite frankly, this is not going to be an amount of money that is also tangible in your decision-making process. There's too many other things that need to be decided, including the fact that the town could do their own billing. You may have the resources internally. It is not that complicated. Contrary to what people think, it's actually a pretty simplistic process simply because it's EMS. Now, if you're in the other venues of medicine, it can get very complicated. But ambulance billing is actually something that could be done by the municipality should you choose. And then you shop around like any other, and you can find a billing company, and they vary in their charges, and there's national companies, you have regional and very local companies. So again, I don't think this is going to be an amount of money that is going to sway your decision about the selection or development of a model.
Great. Thank you, Rich. Board, I'm going to turn it over to, I see Cece on Zoom, and then I saw a new hand in the room, and then I'm going to look to kind of last remarks before we turn it over to John. Yes.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm in shadow.
No worries. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. So I have 1 point and 1 question.
Oh, sorry, Cece, can you just introduce yourself and tell us where you're from for the record?
I'm Carolyn Conrad. I live in Brattleboro. I have for the past 25 years. And so my point is, what I'm hearing is that the fire department is already understaffed. And we're trying to take on new initiative. And while I respect the fire department, I know hiring is difficult. And the fact that the select board is not speaking to rescue, who has provided strong service, is concerning. My question to Rich is, one of the unique things about Brattleboro is, while we have, 12,000 residents, we are the county seat in many ways. Hundreds and thousands of people come in every day to work and shop. And we have tourists and travelers who are on 91 between exits 1 and 3. So we serve a greater population than our numbers would suggest. My concern is the so-called mass casualty event. So you have two cars that collide on 91. They skid into each other. Each car has 3 occupants. That requires 6 ambulances. Did your analysis look into, I know that there's, backup in Greenfield and in Keene, but the fact that rescue has 11 ambulances that they have the flexibility to deploy, my concern is the mass casualty, which is not as severe as you might think. It's one car accident, or a car accident and a cardiac arrest at the same time. What are your suggestions? What is your findings that will cover that in a way that's satisfactory to the residents and the guests that we invite into Brattleboro?
Great. Thank you very much, Carolyn. Rich, do you want to speak to the report and how it addresses the mass casualty or, stresses on the system that are proposed?
Yeah, and Ms. Conrad is right. These kind of events do occur. I can't speak to the capacity of the ambulances for Rescue Inc. or how they've committed them to other jurisdictions. I just can't speak to that. I don't know whether they always have 6 sitting in the town of Brattleboro or whether those 6 ambulances are actually spread out around the region. I can tell you that one of the parts that we did with this process is we brought together all of the chiefs and deputy chiefs from all of the communities surrounding Brattleboro. And that was the discussion, is the capacity to support each other. And I think that, when that kind of event happens, there isn't a guarantee on anything. I think your communities around you are going to provide as good a service as you could expect. And that will include Rescue Inc. Now, as I understand, they're not providing mutual or auto aid at this time, but I'm sure a communication and a dialogue could be set where they would join, regardless of what their overall role is in the system. But I can tell you that based on what those other jurisdictional chiefs said, they do have the capacity to back up Brattleboro. And we discussed, that very rare occurrence of when all 3 ambulances will be out and you need a 4th ambulance. And this is real. It's like trying to plan an EMS system around 9/11. It simply can't be done. There are just tragedies that exceed. So what you want is the normal 2-car event with 8 people in them, and you want to make sure you can handle that event. And if you look at the mutual aid section in the report, I believe you have the capacity with your neighbors to manage that as well as any community your size.
Thank you very much, Rich. All right, so I think I had one other hand up who hadn't spoken yet. Yes.
Terry Martin again. I go back to 35 years with Lenny, beginning of him being a firefighter, and I probably go another decade with his dad working the road. I also go back to prior to Rescue Inc. when I was on the PD in 1966, when they were founded as a volunteer and gave us many, many years of volunteer. I also was the interim director at Rescue Inc. for a while, so I have kind of a working knowledge of both things. My question for Richard, and I discussed this with the chief, is the cross-training of a firefighter also having training in EMS, and the amount of hours it would take for them to maintain a level of EMS and firefighter. I don't know if you have different levels of firefighter, 1, 2, 3, if it requires more training, or the same thing EMS, from an EMT up to a paramedic, the amount of training they would have to maintain that. So my question is the feasibility of the fire department doing both with every employee, or should they have a separate trained unit within the fire department that does EMS and the firefighters continue to maintain their expertise?
Thank you, Terry. Rich, can you speak to that?
Absolutely. And I will tell you that the fire department is already training to that level right now. So that it's not going to be a new event. What changes for Brattleboro Fire Department is some additional personnel potentially, and that they're actually doing the transport. But with regards to, and I get this question a lot, is to the capacity of an individual to be good at both jobs. And that is basically the definition across this country. Most fire departments, and that is a very easy statement to make, combine fire and EMS. There is a question of how many of them do transport. There are some municipalities that just have paramedics on engines to have a higher level of first response. But as far as the capacity to have both, that is certainly done all across the country. And if you have a good training program, it does a couple of things. First, it means that they're an all-hazard organization. No matter what they show up to, they can manage it. If a single role ambulance shows up, there are many environments that they are just simply not capable of entering because they don't have the personal protective equipment. They don't have the experience or the training to deal with it. And so now you have to have two entities to get the same job, and you're waiting for somebody to arrive. A fire department that has full capacity and they're what's called an all hazard, they have the ability, it doesn't matter what they show up to, they can start to render care. So it's one thing that it's actually a benefit. The other thing is there's been some discussion about, well, there's a staffing shortage. The ability to have both makes you very marketable. So you actually can get better staffing and better recruitment and retention because people also understand, and you folks are going to have to recognize that you sometimes start with a smaller community and then you eventually want to go into a large municipal department. And that's okay too, because, it has to be managed well. So consequently, a combination department can also be very attractive as compared to a single role that limits your ability to move on in your career. So there are definitely challenges with having it, and that's going to come down to having a very good training program. But right now, Rescue Inc. has taken the role of doing technical rescue, which is extremely labor intensive and is probably one of the most training centric components of any emergency response. And they're still doing medical care. So they're actually testament to the fact that wearing the dual role can be very successful.
Thank you very much, Rich. Board members want to speak to anything before I turn it over to Jess?
Can I just ask one more question?
Of course. No, ask
Yeah.
additional questions. Yeah. I'm just cognizant of the time and we have other things on the agenda too.
So Rich, this is sort of spurred by the comment you made that AP Triton does help communities implement their plans and things like that. I'm curious, as we're thinking about rolling things out and as we're thinking about how to move forward, I'm curious what expectations as far as timeline we should hold ourselves to or allow ourselves to make this kind of decision and implement whichever we choose fully. What is your experience with that?
And this is to your credit, folks. It really is. You are not in crisis management. I have organizations I very recently have worked with that we had to build and develop a working EMS system. This particular one happened to be fire-based in a matter of weeks out of necessity. You folks have a very good entity that is taking care of your EMS needs right now. The system is working. You've had 6 months to prove that it is working. So I think that affords you the opportunity to take your time and do this very well. Collect the input from your community about the levels of service. You can identify things that concern us with regards to your staffing for your suppression, for the fire department. So in answer to your question, I think you are sitting in an excellent position that you guys can do very meticulous planning. And as your town manager stated earlier, you can look at all the financial statements and really get a good plan. Another thing that can happen that a lot of organizations don't is you can start doing some preliminary work. And for example, the training program required to support both entities has to be very well managed. And I recently received from the chief a request, and we gathered some of the training policies and procedures for him to start looking at to help developing that kind of a training program. So I think you have the time to do it right and methodically.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you, Rich. Any other board members? Yeah, Tim.
I'll say something. And this is calling back a little bit because, well, actually, I wanted to say something earlier, and then actually CC brought up the same idea that Bob and Franz asked. A question was asked about, a dialogue with rescue. And to me, it's a bit of an odd question at this moment in time that we're in. Again, I will say again and again, as we all have, we have great respect for the people that work with rescue. As AP Triton report has backed up, they are a good organization, and we were receiving good service back when we had a contract with them. And we've got good service now with Golden Cross. I think it's super nice that rescue has decided to share some data, but they did so on their own, terms at their own meeting. And I think what would have really been nice is that if rescue had decided to share the data that our previous town manager had originally requested. And I want to also remind you that rescue has also made a choice recently not to share their data with AP Triton. And I would make an argument that had they done that, we would have even better data to deal with now, and maybe not some of these discrepancy questions that came out of this meeting, which I have yet to watch, but most of my fellow board members have watched it. So I don't understand that decision, but the main answer that I would have, that I would answer to that question is, we are dealing with everything else, and we have a good partner now in Golden Cross. They have shown themselves to be honorable, helpful. They have helped us at every turn here. And right now, it is not our focus to be mending fences until we need to mend those fences for some reason. I really believe that. And I think it goes both ways. And somebody else is going to replace me on this board. And I don't think that the responsibility is lifted from this board to keep that dialogue open with rescue. I would push for that going forward. But right now, our focus is on making sure that our people are taken care of, and which they are by all evidence, even outside report evidence. We have a talented, dedicated fire department, a talented and dedicated partner in Golden Cross. So, I think people should remember that this is still a very new thing, and we're gathering data, and it's not something that we need to rush into, as Rich just pointed out. We're doing this the right way. We're doing it methodically. And I was just looking back on what I wrote on May 10th. That's not even a year ago, about how I was arguing for the what Brattleboro will gain from fire EMS if the numbers work out, and if these challenges that we've talked about already with staffing, et cetera, can be rectified and everything falls into place. I still very much believe that fire EMS is a very good way to go for the town of Brattleboro. And I think people should continue to have faith in our fire department and frankly, this board. Because if you're watching, if you're paying attention, you know that we are looking at all the numbers. We are taking all the data, even at meetings with a former partner that want to present different data. We're looking at all these numbers and we're trying to make sure, okay, are these apples to apples? So I'm feeling good about where we are, but we haven't decided yet. And I don't think we should have decided yet. So just wanted to wrap that up because I don't know how many more of these meetings I'm going to be in before I have to leave this board. So I just want to make sure that coming from my perspective, we're doing a good job. We're trying to make the right decisions and just hang with us a little bit. And we're going to get to the right spot for this town.
Well, I think that's a nice transition, Tim, just on that last point about what meetings are coming up. Unless there's any other board member who wants to speak now on that. So John, at the end of the memorandum, there's a bit on town staff having some thoughts about what the sort of next steps are for the board and the community and what town staff are working on now. Can you enlighten us a bit and let the board ask a couple questions if they have any before we wrap up this agenda item?
Yeah,
Thank you.
that'd be great. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, and so really tonight, the goal was to improve the town's understanding of the Triton report and the recommendations in that report. And I feel like we did a lot of good work tonight. We had excellent questions from the board and from the community. And I appreciate Chief Howard's answers, and I really appreciate Mr. Buchanan's responses to all those great questions on the fly. So thank you very much. There are kind of two key takeaways that really came out tonight in the conversation that were also ones that the town staff have been focusing on. And those are that this, no matter what direction we go in, this is really a question that has to address the firefighting capability. So any one of the options that AP Triton presented, we have to be thinking about, do we have enough firefighting capability in town and how are we going to address that? The second key takeaway is really that the options in AP Triton's report are, it's not just pick one of those and let's move forward. We still need to keep understanding those and do a lot of work to operationalize those to the Brattleboro situation. And that's what the staff are currently working on with AP Triton's support. And what we would like to do is suggest to the board that we come back sometime in like the March timeframe to talk with you about a process to continue to improve our understanding of these various options and the multiple other ones that could spin off from those that look at an in-house approach, that look at a contracted approach, and then look at a hybrid approach, frankly, and to try to determine, can we compare those and help the board have the information they need to select one of those models that we could then proceed to implement. So that's sort of what the staff have been talking about and wanted to pitch to the board tonight to see if that was something that you would like us to continue to work on in that sort of arrangement.
Getting head nods. One question I have to Rich is, as the municipal staff work to make these recommendations even more specific to our community and to our sort of board and like understanding of the finances, is AP Triton going to be available for us to bounce questions off of and to review anything that we produce to ensure that we haven't missed anything?
Of course, we get to the point where we're fully trying to help you implement. I'm sure they'll want to discuss, some form of contractual agreement. But at this point, we just want to get you over the hump and you can call as much as you want.
Excellent. Board members, are any questions on that as a next step?
Just want to say that's really generous and so grateful for your time, Rich.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd echo
You're
that.
welcome.
Thank you very much, Rich, for being here and answering all these questions. And I would also encourage community members. We've gotten questions sent to the board, sent to the town manager's office. Please keep sending questions as you review the report, as you review this meeting and prior meetings. Really, the board is trying to answer and get answers to all the questions so that we can continue to move forward and have a really informed any decision that this board and this community makes on this really important issue. Yeah, and I think with that, I want to just thank Rich again and thank the Brattleboro Fire Department, Chief Howard and AC Kier for being here. And we're going to move on to the next agenda item.
You mean there's more?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Endless path of business.
What? Good stuff.
Okay, so.
Relate?
Yes, thank
So
you.
excited. Yes. It's
So board, I would look for a motion.
Oh.
Jess.
I move that we convene as liquor commissioners.
Jess has made a motion that we convene as liquor commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. I'm going to invite Hillary Francis, the town clerk, up to the presenters table. And for those following along at home from the warned agenda, you can see that I'm woefully behind. So, yeah.
50 minutes.
Yeah. But I've appreciated all the good conversation. I also appreciate Hillary's patience as you've waited here for us to get this agenda item. Thank you.
And these times are approximate.
True. Yeah. Very true. Okay, Hillary, am I handing it right over to you?
No.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Yes, let's, Hillary, would you like to introduce these two items and we'll take one at a time?
Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah. We'll start with agenda item 9, Liquor Commissioners A, Entertainment Permit Pilot Process.
Yes, thank you. You all have heard me talk a couple of times about how the liquor license process has changed. People can no longer apply for their liquor licenses through paper. It now goes directly to the state through their online portal. And so that has triggered for us as staff to look at our processes and figure out how we can both streamline our processes for staff as well as for the businesses. And in that, we have been looking at our ordinances. As I've stated before, we're not ready to bring any ordinance changes forward. One change in ordinance sort of impacts 5 other ordinances. And so we're taking our time to do it correctly. And so we can bring it all to you at once. But in the meantime, just a little bit of background beyond the liquor license changes. We currently have 2 different ordinances, Chapter 11 and Chapter 13, that speak to entertainment licenses, and they are not aligned with each other. So that's something that we need to clean up. Until recently, the practice for applying for an annual entertainment license was coordinated with the application for applying for a liquor license. So the town clerk would mail the annual liquor license application renewals along with the entertainment license renewals. And it would all go at once. The timeline was the same. It was May 1st, April 30th. And it was very streamlined. Now with the Department of Liquor and Lottery's new portal, businesses are having to get their liquor license through the portal. They have to come to the town clerk's office to get their entertainment license. They have to go through the assessor's office to get their business license. Oftentimes, many of the businesses have to go through the planning department for a land use permit, on and on. And so it's a lot of different processes for businesses, many of them small, to keep track of, and lots of different fees. And so, so currently our annual, so we do annual entertainment licenses and we issue one-time entertainment permits. So it can be an annual, and those currently go before the board. The one-offs can be for a 1 day or for a weekend, and those get approved administratively. So
currently, if we combine the annual and the one-time entertainment license, combined, we bring in roughly $1,200 to $1,500 a year with the entertainment process. So staff is asking the select board to approve a pilot project to some of the ordinance changes prior to the renewal season of entertainment licenses, which is coming up. And prior to us recommending ordinance changes themselves. So it's staff's recommendations that businesses renewing their annual entertainment license not be required to fill out new paperwork, nor have to go before the select board for each renewal. Staff would like to be able to automatically issue these renewals without any effort on behalf of the business. And any new applications would still come before the select board for you all to vet and approve. And all annual entertainment license fees would be waived regardless of whether or not it's a renewal or a first-time application. Currently, all one-time entertainment permits would continue through that same process. Eventually, we would like to, when we do the ordinance changes, roll that into the open air permit, potentially. We have to continue that process, but the one-time permits are not part of this proposed pilot project. And this would give the board and staff and the community to really get a sense of this before we make any ordinance changes, see if there are any tweaks we need to make, see if there's anything we're missing in our thinking about this. And we view this as a win for the businesses in our community at a very little cost to the town. And it would also save, while we wouldn't be bringing in that $1,200 to $1,500 a year, it would save on mailing costs and printing costs and time for staff as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Hillary, so much for the presentation. Oh, boy. I think I saw Liz or Jess.
Go ahead, Jess.
Jess?
Oh, well, first I want to say this sounds really great, and I love the way that this may make having live music and performance and arts more available in town and easier to present. Yay. I did have two questions about if there is going to be any sort of approval process as far as with the planning department, if entertainment or live performance is not a use of a particular area or neighborhood, if that's going to be sort of looked at by the zoning folks, and also if there are complaints or noise ordinances are being regularly violated without issuing entertainment licenses, what sort of power would the town have to say, you gotta simmer down over there a little bit?
Yeah, so those are really good questions. So just to clarify, we're not talking about not issuing entertainment licenses. We're talking about streamlining the process. So once a business has gone through applying for their entertainment license, they don't have to continue applying over and over again. We would just issue them the license with the same parameters, and they would need to let us know if anything changes. Any new entertainment license applications would still go through the same process where I would send it to the various departments to make sure that they don't have issues, and that includes planning and zoning, as well as fire department, police department, make sure that they have a business license, right? We go through all of that, and then it would still come to the board for your approval. Does that answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Great. Thank you, Hillary. Liz?
Hi, Hillary. I just wanted to mention that it sounds to me like most of the entertainment licenses are for either nonprofits or economic development. And so I would applaud the streamlining to make it easier for both of those groups to put on good things for the town.
Great. The board members? No?
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah, so streamlines the process for businesses, doesn't cost us really much on our revenue side. Seems great. My question is actually to Bob. So pilot program that lets us do something different than what the ordinance says.
Well, you're still doing the permitting.
Okay.
And so for purposes, one of your questions was like if objectionable noise, those sorts of things, you would still have the power to revoke
Yep.
these permits and to enforce, given your current ordinance. But the pilot program would allow you to try this new system, given the other changes that Hillary spoke to, in that interim. And I think the idea here is when we get to summertime, maybe that's even too far, but we've had some conversations on when we would introduce a new amendment to the ordinance process. So
great.
I think we're okay with that, and there still would be the ability to enforce. So it's not like it's the Wild West out there for a little interim period.
So I think in that case, I would applaud this effort. I think it's a really creative way to sort of test run something. And I would encourage, not just from the town clerk's office, but just generally from the departments for the municipal government, that we consider this as an idea for putting forward things for the board to consider on, like, you know, if we can do it within what we're allowed within an ordinance, to sort of see how it goes before we propose a full ordinance change. But yeah, sounds great. I'll open it up to the community now. Any hands in the room? I don't see any. I'll look for any hands in Zoom. And I don't see any. All right. I don't have my administrative report. Is there?
I can make a motion if you would like one.
Yes, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve a pilot project prior to renewal season for annual entertainment licenses that would allow businesses to renew their annual entertainment license without filling out new paperwork and having it go before the select board, and with waiving of all annual entertainment license fees, regardless of whether it's a renewal or a first-time application.
Jess has made a motion to approve a pilot project prior to renewal season for annual entertainment licenses that would allow businesses to renew their annual entertainment licenses without filling out new paperwork and having it go before the select board, and with waiving of all annual entertainment license fees, regardless of whether it is renewal or first-time application. Whew.
Good one.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's going to carry it 5-0. Thank you very much, Hillary, for that presentation and good work. We'll move on to agenda item 9, Liquor Commissioners B, Liquor and Tobacco Violation Process. And I believe I'll pass this back to Hillary again.
Yes.
Thank you. So I know January 3rd feels like a long time ago with the number of meetings you all have had between then and now. But you may recall that at the January 3rd Select Board meeting, you all had briefly discussed, when renewal time came up, how you wanted to handle businesses who had liquor or tobacco violations over the past year. In the past, it's been sort of board by board deciding whether or not they wanted those businesses to come at a future select board meeting to talk about the violations and the steps that they've taken to avoid them in the future. And some select boards have decided not to do that. It's been somewhat inconsistent. And so it is our recommendation for you all to sort of decide whether or not you want that to happen. And if you do, as we're working through these ordinance changes, we can incorporate that in if you would like businesses who had violations to appear. If not, then we just won't write it into the ordinance, and that might mean that future select boards are having this discussion again and again because it's not written anywhere. But it's our recommendation to just sort of provide some consistency and decide if you would like that to happen, so we can write it into the ordinance if that's the pleasure of the board.
Great. Thank you, Hillary. So, Select Board, you've heard the town clerk. The recommendation from town staff is make a decision. So let's make a decision. Tim.
I have an opinion. But to back up that opinion, I thought it might be helpful for the board and the public to hear what happens at the state level when there is a violation and how the town integrates with that, if you know what I mean.
So when there's a violation, the state notifies me usually, or the town clerk usually, that there's been a violation. I put it in their folder, in their record. There's usually, depending on if it's a first offense or a second offense, a requirement to go to a training or a suspension of their license for a day, things like that. Sometimes there's a fine from the business to the Department of Liquor and Lottery. So that's really it. And then I always include that in the commissioner's report, so that as different departments are giving the administrative approval, they're looking at that and they're aware. And you all are aware when you're reviewing the renewals. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I think it probably does reinforce my opinion that I would throw out that while it's important to hear about these violations, I think it's a better bar to say something like upon a second violation, that they should perhaps come before the board. Just throwing that out there, because a first violation can happen and a second violation would be indicative in my mind of something institutionally that's going wrong with
So,
them.
okay, sorry. It's okay. Liz?
I had the same.
Same question. Daniel?
Just a question about that. So in the event of a subsequent violation by the same license holder, what happens at the state level?
I don't remember exactly what the first violation, second violation, I don't remember exactly what the sort of reprimand or consequences are. I think it's either a fine or a suspension of their license for 24 hours or 48 hours.
Okay.
Something along those lines. I believe the first violation is you're required to attend a training.
Okay.
Jess, I see your hand as well?
Yeah. Can you remind me, we changed the process of liquor licenses early, I think at the January 3rd meeting as well. And there was something that they weren't going to be receiving or they were going to be getting differently.
Yes, so we decided at the local level that they would no longer have to submit the alcohol sales policy with their application. And they would also no longer have to submit an addendum. Basically, those two things are basically saying, we're going to follow state law. And we're going to follow the ordinances, and we're signing off on those things. And so BAPC, Building a Positive Community, has said that they are going to send basically a sample alcohol sales policy that's big and laminated to each business for them to recommend that they hang on their wall near where people are selling or serving alcohol. And then the piece with the addendum is if the person applying had previously held a license, they would just inform me through the portal and I would make sure you all are aware in the memo.
So I think my question is just, does this request for a decision from the board sort of suggest that we would require, if we put it into the ordinance, it would require a business to come before the board at like a separate date if there was a violation? Or is it just about like when there's a renewal, if there were a violation?
I think it's up to you all if it's in the ordinance and I know, then when I'm bringing renewals before you, we can just automatically arrange for those businesses to come. The way that it's been done, at least since I've been here, is we bring the renewals before you and then the select board has said, okay, we want business X, Y, and Z to come before us at a future date.
Okay.
But there's been a tight timeline because, it's the second meeting in February and then we have March and we need to get it up to the state.
Yep.
The timelines have changed a little bit with the portal. I think it's different now and I'm going to be bringing renewals to you more often. It's not all at the second meeting in February.
When the board considers renewals in the past all at once, now it's going to slowly, if you were here at the last time we talked, if you're a regular viewer, these are going to slowly spread out and be all over the year calendar. The board can look at violations when you provide for the board documentation if there were violations when they're considering the renewal, correct? And can the select board consider violations when considering whether to approve the renewal?
Generally, your remedy there is either the power to revoke or not renew based on that information or the number of previous violations that the state liquor department has given.
Okay.
So yes, you can review those, and I guess I don't have a recommendation as to whether you want to have them come before you or have the list of violators every time Hillary brings you a group for renewal or not, or whether we do it the way it's been done, where you just look at the ones that have violations and then have them come in at the next meeting, I guess.
Yeah. My thought would be to not, so my feeling is not put it in the ordinance, to instead have the town clerk advise businesses that have had violations over the last year that when their renewal comes before the board, whenever that is, as it spreads out over the calendar year, that they will consider any violation as an element of their consideration for renewing their license. And you have the right to come to the select board meeting and be there if they have questions for you. You don't have to, but they will have this information in front of them, and they will be looking at it when they're considering your license. So you kind of like put the onus back on the business, and then they're there, and the board doesn't have to ask them any questions about it if they don't want to, but they also have the business there if they've chosen to. I personally like that a lot more than writing into the ordinance that they have to be there either at the date of the renewal or at a later date that the board sets. Because the messiest and the least effective I've seen the select board is when we kind of become like a court of opinion. And I'm not saying that that's what would happen, but I fear that could happen. And I would prefer to put it on the business owner. Yeah.
I mean, the way I was thinking of it was less of a like, you better come or you're not going to get your license. And it was more of, we're a community, something went wrong, come tell us how you fixed things. And great.
And that's how it has been,
But
although it hasn't been codified.
Yeah.
And I was suggesting raising the bar to two events and not even tell us about the one.
Oh, no.
I think
it should be
I
told.
think you have to tell us about them when they come before us for renewal, right?
I don't think I have to.
Oh, okay.
It's just something that I've always put in the report so you have the information to make an informed decision.
I would want to know.
Yeah.
And then we could act on the second.
But he doesn't want to put it in the.
You don't want to codify it.
I don't want to codify it personally.
But still, I want to know.
Well-
If Hillary has that information, she should tell us. She shouldn't hold back.
I bet she has a lot of information.
You don't want to know.
Laura, if there's other comments, and I'm going to open up to the public unless we've got other. No? Okay. This is room? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come up to the mic. Come on, Dale. You are not new to this.
My name is Dale Joy.
There it is.
And it's transparency. If she's willing to write it down, everybody should see it on the board. Because we want to keep our town open and transparent. Don't we, Hillary? Okay.
Don't even think
And those lawyers.
Okay. I don't see any hands on Zoom. I don't see any other hands in the room. So I guess we've got differing opinions. I guess, Liz, it was unclear to me whether you were thinking you wanted to codify it and put it in as an ordinance or not.
I don't know. Suggest something and I'll see.
I think, I can be clearer. I don't want to put it.
Don't. But we do need that information presented to us.
I think that I would like the town clerk to continue her system that she currently has where she does provide that information to us. And then I would also encourage the town clerk to advise businesses when their renewal comes up. Because I imagine you're in contact with them when their renewal is coming up. That may be, that, and maybe, actually, let me ask you, is that request putting a lot more work on the town clerk's office?
So it's an interesting question that I'm sort of figuring out with this new process.
Yeah.
It used to be last year that many businesses actually came in with, I mailed them their paper application. They would come in and sit down with me and literally like fill out their application with me to make sure they were doing it properly. It was very sweet. And it was a really good opportunity for us to form a connection. For those businesses, I have their contact information. For any new businesses that are applying directly through the portal,
Yeah.
I mean, if you all have looked at the backup material for any of the liquor licenses that have come to you since the new portal have started,
They better have.
there is very little information in those applications. I'd say that reading the memo is way more useful than looking at the actual application. And so I can send them a message through the portal and advise them. Every time I send them a message through the portal, they then have to resubmit their application to me. Otherwise, all of my buttons go away and I can't approve. It's like, it's currently a clunky system that the state is working through, but there are a lot of bugs. And right now, communication with the businesses, especially if I don't have their contact information, is challenging. And, you know, I've sent a message, told them to resubmit. They then submit a new application that's incorrect and their old application is sitting there and I can't do anything with it. And so it's not an easy process right now. My hope is that in the future it will be.
Yeah.
But I just don't know.
Oh, God.
Jess?
I really like Tim's idea about if somebody has 2 violations, we require them to come in. But I also appreciate not putting it in the ordinance.
So,
But having a standing policy that says,
I would,
does that, a pilot
I would
ordinance.
respect,
Is that,
I think the only problem with that is it's sort of is doing exactly what this memorandum and town staff have asked us
says
not to
don't do it anymore?
which is just
Okay.
basically come up with a decision, and if you got a decision, put it in the ordinance. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, I think the reason for bringing this forward is, you know, there will be a new board.
Yeah.
And then it, like, slowly, none of you will be sitting around the table and it will be all
Except
new
Liz.
people. And, you know, it's, I think for businesses and for the clerk's office to just have a clear idea of this is the process and not every year wondering, do they need to come? Do we need to arrange it when we're bringing the renewals? Are we gonna reach out to them after we do the renewals? You know, it's just,
Yeah.
there's not that consistency and that like known.
So if the board's position is to require any kind of business comes before the board, that's got to be codified and put into the ordinance so it's clear and it's consistent. If you go with my thought, which is that we don't require it, we just make it clear to them that we consider their violations when we think about their renewals, then that doesn't need to be put into the ordinance. That would include Tim's thought, because you would need to put in that on the second violation. And second, I'm assuming, is second in a year? Is that
they only do one.
second violation per, you didn't really define what you meant by second violation, but that would need to.
I just remember there had been some coming to us with 2 violations versus 1 violation.
Okay.
So I don't know what that time period is, because it's randomly picked, right?
Right. I usually bring to you within the last 12 months or the last license year, how many violations. I usually don't go beyond that.
Okay, so we could define it like that. We could say within the last year, if you have a second violation, then, and I think we could put this in the ordinance that it would require a in-person, or not in-person, a visit to the select board for a discussion about it. Yeah. Daniel's had to stand up for a while patiently while I've been yammering.
I mean, I think it's basically what you just said. So couldn't the motion say to require that liquor and tobacco licensees with 2 violations in a license during the one license year appear before the select board to be slapped on the wrist and made to feel bad? Better take that bit out.
Removing that bit, I look to Attorney.
I think that motion is fine, and then we can, if we're gonna make ordinance amendments, we'll do that
With appropriate language.
forthcoming, yeah.
Yeah. Liz?
I like the tone and the tenor of Jessica's suggestion. And it's not like we're gonna throw you out. It's that you report to us what corrective measures you adopted.
Does the ordinance need a capture of tone?
No, but I mean, this discussion is.
No, I'm just curious.
This
Do we have to
discussion is-
explain why?
Well, you were saying, the attorney was saying, to come before the board and, and the sword of Damocles is gonna come down and either give you a liquor license or not give you a liquor license because of what happened. Jessica's saying, if you've had a violation or 2, you come to the board and you talk about the corrective actions that the state required you to do. I like that. No sword.
There is a sword every time their liquor license is up for renewal, though. I guess if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Yeah, no, I just meant though that, yeah.
I just have a clarifying question, if I
Please.
may. So when you make this motion, it would be helpful for me if there's, whether it's in the ordinance or just clear language as to whether or not you would expect the businesses to come at the time that the renewal is presented to you, or if you will ask after it's, or during the time that it's presented to you for them to come.
Say that last bit one more time.
Like if during the meeting when the renewal is there, if at that point you will say, okay, we'd like this business to come, and they'll come at a later date.
Oh.
No.
You want them to come when the renewal is coming before you.
I think if it's
sense to
if it's formalized in the ordinance that if you've had 2 violations, then you've got to come before the board. What should say when your license comes to renewal?
Great.
I mean, I don't think it's quite, sorry, I just jumped in. I don't think it's quite settled that we actually even want them to come.
No, I mean, it sounds like I have at least 3 or 4 board members who are all in support of this. I am. Do you not want this in?
I would like it to be simple, one way or the other, and I feel like all of this.
So let me summarize my understanding of what the proposal is that the ordinance would read essentially if you had 2 violations in the last licensed year. So this essentially when your license becomes up for renewal, if you had 2 violations, that per the ordinance you would be required to appear before the Brattleboro Select Board to discuss those violations when your license is up for renewal.
Great, I would happily move that.
Does that
I think
did I miss anything?
Nope, that's what I wrote.
And
Just
board-
say it one more time.
You want me to?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so officially, I move that we require that liquor and tobacco licensees with 2 violations during 1 year appear before the select board to report on the corrective action they've taken at the meeting where their license is up for renewal.
Oh boy. So
During the same
Jess has made a motion to require that liquor and tobacco licenses with 2 violations in the last, I'm going to say license year.
Yes.
Sure.
In the last license year, appear before the select board to report on the corrective actions taken at the time of the
Violation.
violation.
The license renewal.
For the license renewal. And I don't really know if that last bit would that work into the ordinance language?
The last part doesn't need to work into the ordinance language. The ordinance language will require them to appear upon having 2 violations within that license year.
And you can prepare the business owner for what that conversation will look like.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I will do my best for the meeting 2 weeks from now to make sure that that's the case. I'm still working on getting violation information from the state for the 21st.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if we want to pilot program this too. Let's do it.
You know, we,
Okay.
since that's such a
Don't you need a
short time,
pilot's
you know,
license?
No, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, is there any further discussion on the pending motion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Ooh. It's going to carry 4-1.
Club.
Hillary, thank you very much for dealing with
Making
us
us
on that.
make a decision.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I have a motion.
Jess has a motion.
I move that we adjourn as liquor commissioners.
Jess has made a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. Okay, we're going to move on to new business, agenda item 10, new business A, regulation of public tree ordinance, first reading. I'm going to invite Peter Lynch and members of the Brattleboro Tree Committee. Do we have enough tree advisory committee?
The board.
Board?
Come in force.
Yes, you come in force.
It's important.
Folks, thank you very much for your patience as we work through lots of things tonight. I really appreciate your time being here. Peter, am I handing this over to you?
Great, thank you. It's great to be here. So my name is Peter Lynch, and I'm the Superintendent of Utilities and Highway and Public Works. And I also am very fortunate to be the department's representative to the Tree Advisory Committee. I'm accompanied tonight by the Vice Chair, Robert Clements, who is also the co-lead on the project we're going to talk about tonight. Mary Henninger, who is on the board, and she is the other co-lead in the development of this project. You all know our tree warden, Dan Adams, who's done a lot of work with the board over the years. And in the audience, I would be remiss, since Georgia has been here since, 4:30 this morning.
Oh my God.
Georgia Morgan is also on the Tree Advisory Committee. So the Tree Advisory Committee is an organization that...
Tree Advisory Board.
Oh, I'm sorry, that I think technically it's called the committee in the ordinance, but board, we call ourselves board.
But we are a sanctioned board by the Selectboard.
Thank you.
And we have been for 20 years. And I don't want to bring that up.
I'm glad you did. The Tree Advisory Board / Committee works with the tree warden, and we promote the improvement and preservation of healthy environment as it relates to all the public trees in Brattleboro. The committee holds meetings once a month, and in the summer, you can see them all over town engaging in projects throughout the growing season. So many things that these guys do in town to promote trees in general. And the committee has been working under the regulation of public trees. It's our town ordinance for many years. The last update to that particular ordinance was in 2004. And since that time, state statutes and town zoning has changed. The Tree Advisory Board recognizes that we need to be in alignment with both of those regulations. So during the last 18 months or so, the folks have written a proposal with the aid of the state of Vermont, our tree warden, and Bob Fisher. The proposal has been reviewed by Patrick Moreland, department heads that would be affected by the ordinance change, and several other committees in town. Having incorporated the recommendations that those committees and entities have shared with us, the ordinance, we have developed an ordinance that we would like to bring to you as a proposal for the first reading tonight. So I'm going to actually turn the meeting over to Mary and Robert, who are our co-leads in the project development, and ask them to walk you through the changes, their proposed changes, and answer any questions that you guys may have.
So I think,
Hey, you welcome.
hi, everybody. You should have all in your package what I called the Yep, I called it all right. It's really past my bedtime. The executive summary of the changes, which I hoped would make it a lot easier for you to read and understand than the red line copy, which is all red and not particularly useful. But the number of changes that were actually made are really rather minor. The state made some substantive changes to their ordinance dealing with the tree warden's responsibilities, and as part of that changed how the towns are supposed to be managing public trees. Our previous ordinance was really quite good, and I didn't really change very much of it. So if you would like me to, I can go through the very few changes that were made, or you can use what you've got in front of you. Your choice.
Board, my preference would be to kind of go through them briefly if you would take a moment, unless.
It's an official hearing.
Please.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so starting with the first paragraph, which is section 14-20, that's a new paragraph which I wrote because I thought that the regulation needed an introduction. There wasn't one. It just started off with rules, and I thought we should just give a couple sentences about why we have those rules. So that's the new section 14-20. In the second section, definitions, most of the definitions were changed, but only very slightly and not to their intent. The intent did not change, but all the zoning district names had changed and boundaries had changed. So I updated those to meet the current regulations. And we standardized at which point you measure the diameter of a tree trunk so that all tree trunks are measured at the same spot.
Nice.
And then there's a new definition for the shade tree preservation plan, which is new language added by the revised state statute. Towns are not required to have a shade tree preservation plan, but if they do, then that plan has to meet the new state law. Excuse me. And since we did have a tree regulation, then by definition, that regulation then becomes the shade tree preservation plan. Sorry, everything dies after 9 o'clock. When you're as old as we are. Okay, so that was it for that page.
Yep.
On page 2, section 1424, item number 3, the distance that trees should be planted between curbs and sidewalks. I updated only, again, to reference current regulations.
Yep.
And deleted what is in the existing regulation because it was duplicative and contradictory to what was in other regulation. So like Hillary was talking about, making sure that we don't contradict ourselves one place to another. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jess.
On page 3, section 1426, I added a new paragraph for maintenance. The existing ordinance does not discuss maintenance, who is responsible for the maintenance of trees. It tells you how to do it, but not who's going to do it. So I added a paragraph about who's going to do it, which basically says that if it's on public property, then public entities will do the maintenance. And if it's on private property, then it may be a public shade tree. But if it's on private property, it's the private property owner who's required to maintain the tree. And then the next page, page 4, which is also section 1426, part 2, the removal of hazardous, infected, or infested public trees and shrubs. The state has changed the way that the tree warden, Dan, is allowed to deal with trees that are infested, which is going to become more important, of course, with the current infestations that are here. He needs now, per the state statute, to deal with state agencies. He's not allowed to make those determinations by himself, which will not make Dan happy, but that is the law.
So I changed that. Section 3 of the same parts, I added the whole first paragraph for removal of non-hazardous and otherwise healthy shade trees. That paragraphs regarding that are in the existing ordinance, but not in what I thought was an easy to understand way. So that entire section on removal of non-hazardous or healthy trees has been rewritten. Much of it I rewrote because the state law also changed and required that it be changed. But part of it was just, it was a little hard to understand. So I don't think that the changes are really that substantive. There was always a public hearing. Where you place the notices is different. The number of days between posting the notice and having a hearing is different, but the process is really very much the same. So the language is decidedly different. Section 1427 is all new. There is an existing section in the ordinance that talks about mitigation. So if you damage or cut down a tree without permission, it was healthy, you shouldn't have done it, then there have always been sections in the ordinance that referred to mitigation. And that mitigation was written so that it might be plant another tree that's of similar size and species, but difficult as to where to plant it. And it might have been a penalty based upon getting an assessment of the value of that tree. And it wasn't clear when you might do one and when you might do another. So in discussing that with my board members, we decided that the best thing to do is just to remove the mitigation part of the clause. That is, you cut down a 20-inch diameter sugar maple, you shouldn't have done it, but how do you replant that? You can't. The existing ordinance says, well, you got to go buy 15 more 2-inch sugar maples and plant them, but where are we going to do that? And so it was difficult to manage, difficult to understand. So we decided we would eliminate mitigation, refer to it as penalties, and if you cut down a tree that you should not have cut down and did not have permission to cut down, then that tree will be appraised using a standard guide which is published by the International Society for Arboriculture. Other towns in Vermont refer to the same standard, and we will just do that. And interesting, although other towns referred to the same standard, nobody in the state had a copy of it. So I called Department of Community Urban Forestry and I said, I think you guys should buy one. So they did.
Yeah.
And
Is that
since
the
I
copy?
asked, I got first dibs.
Wow.
So it's here.
So,
That's the one copy in the.
so all the municipalities in the state share it? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Did you
I'm not sure
unhandcuff it?
anybody else
or
knows
got it?
that this book exists.
But I am going to return it to Department of Community and Urban Forestry in Montpelier, so it's available. I have copied out the relevant sections for myself.
Wow. Is that a book that would be helpful for the tree board to just have?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Again, I've copied out the relevant portions. It's very long. It took me,
If
You
you
talk-
are
you
an
talked about-
insomniac,
yeah, one of you talked
this
about
up.
how long, I think Daniel talked about how long it took him to read the AP Triton report,
Yeah.
times 2.
Yeah.
It was not easy to read. Having read it, I learned how much I didn't know and still don't.
Yeah.
But there's really very little of it which applies to these circumstances, which are also made clear in here. If this is the circumstance, this is what you should do. And so that's what I've specified in the penalties paragraph.
there were 5 or 6 ways of determining a penalty. And Mary selected the best, most appropriate way of appraising the value for penalties.
And what is the value of the book? What's it cost?
If you're a member of the International Society of Arboriculture, and I don't know anyone who is, then it's $139.99. It's more than that for the rest of us because we're not members of ISA.
It's just under 200.
I think it's about 150. But anyway, really, I love it as applicable. And in all of Dan's years as tree warden, he's needed to get an assessment of a tree once. So it should not be a big deal.
Okay.
Let's see, section 1429, section 1, I completely rewrote because the state completely rewrote what you're supposed to do. Dan used to work with insect and disease pest infestations as he saw was needed, but again, he's no longer allowed to do that. He has to talk to the state. Part 2 is the same. I didn't change that. And that's it. So as you can see, there were some things that changed a little bit. It is completely rewritten. The old ordinance was a little bit hard to follow. And so I've rearranged things, which is why the red line copy is red.
Excellent. Wow, thank you very much for that presentation and for the work of this board. You know, it clearly took a while and took a lot of work to put this before the select board and before the public for its first reading. Board members, do you have questions or comments for our board? Liz?
Oh, Mary, thank you. This is really comprehensive and well-written, and I appreciate all the detail that went into this. And it just leaves me with a question because I know that there are trees designated in town that are on private property that are specimen trees, let's say. And I know that there are some people who want to take their tree down. And I know that there was a process by which they were designated as special because there's a little map in somewhere that I've seen that shows where they are. But does everyone who has a tree like that on their property know that they have a tree like that on their property and they can't remove it?
I don't think any one of us could speak to that. I think what you're talking about is another organization, not related to town anything, that was interested in large trees. And so they've surveyed the county looking for the largest trees of certain species. I think almost all of which are located on private property. As the town's tree advisory board, we can really only work to trees which are on public property or within public rights of way. So if the largest tree, like the largest silver maple that was on Putney Road, was not within the town right of way, not on public property. As tree advisory board, we were interested. It's beautiful. We loved it, but we had no jurisdiction over anything. The owner of the property did come to us. We did talk to her, but there really wasn't anything that we could do.
It was her idea to put it as an obituary, which I thought was brilliant. That's perfect.
But she came to me first,
Mm-hmm.
and then I looked at it, and then I told her, we need somebody a little more professional and maybe 3 professionals, because it's an important tree, the largest silver maple in the state of Vermont. And you know, this happens frequently. I mean, it's not often that I really have any kind of problem with people. It's more people are looking for help, for ideas, for decisions. How do we do this? Is this tree okay? You know, it's not really an aggressive position, tree warden. Well, a couple of times, but for the most part, it's a nice, friendly community, and You're probably talking about the map that was drawn by Linda Veen. She's a forester out of Dummerston. And
Treasure trees.
what'd you call it?
Treasure, yes, I think
Treasure
that is the name I couldn't think of.
Yeah, that was a very nice map she did, and the trail, the walk is from, I think it starts at the post office.
Yeah.
Starts at the post office and walks around town a little bit. And those trees that are on private property belong to the people who own the property.
And often they were the people who nominated
Yeah.
those trees.
Mm.
So.
So they
if
want
the
people to come
property
look
is
at 'em.
sold, then they may not have the same buy-in, but most of the people who have the trees on their property, they were the ones that had nominated it.
Yeah. Other board members, Jess?
Yeah, I'm going back to the ordinance. I'm curious, does this apply to trees, not just that are along public ways, but that are also in the parks and other town land?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
Parking lots, parks, publicly owned cemeteries. Yeah.
Very cool. I know the Conservation Commission is gonna start thinking about and looking at some of the more forested areas of town, and I think this will be a lovely tool for them as they look at things as well. So thank you so much. This is a lot of work.
A lot of work, a lot of work.
Yeah.
The first ordinance, I came on 5 years in the process, and it took 3 more years before we get the first ordinance written.
But that was like the first ordinance in the state. I mean, we were going to other states to see what they had
And
to make our own. And the ordinance that we put together back in '02 there was right from scratch. I mean,
And it served as a model for a number of years for other communities in Vermont. We've had a really good relationship with the state. They like what we do and how we spend their money.
Love it. Another way of Brattleboro leading the way.
Yeah.
It's great.
Other board members? Tim?
Can I just dive into one little thing I caught, and I just want to make sure it's written the right way, and you'll enjoy this that I'm diving in. Pretty simple, don't worry. In your executive summary, you mentioned section 1423, added second sentence regarding cost to another town requesting help. When I went to the top line, because I was following along on your executive summary earlier today, that's sort of the second section. The first section is basically, it looks like the tree warden, it used to say, shall have sole authority over any and all trees, shrubs planted or growing or hereafter to be planted and grown in the public right of way or any public property to which the public has free access. But that got changed to all shade trees within town. Doesn't that change the jurisdiction from public right of way to all tree in town?
No, because you need to go back to
gotta go to-
page 1 and look at the definition of a shade tree.
So a shade tree is any public tree or shrub which meets the following criteria, and then it lists a bunch of things, and then also,
Okay, so that was like duplicative language, basically.
Well, shade tree is a technical term used by the state
Okay.
to refer to public trees.
Oh, see that.
And-
Had I read that section more carefully, I would have.
Yeah. So
Well-
it's not really, it's not
They're
normal
really
English.
obvious.
It's not normal English. Don't use not English.
so,
That makes sense now. Thank you.
couple of quick questions from me. There are some changes that embed URLs, like websites and PDFs. For the hope of making this ordinance evergreen, do we have a little concern about putting in websites and URL to documents when those, like I see, for example, in the amended section 14-24, one street tree species to be planted, it refers to a PDF guide from 2019. I'm just wondering, is there any concern for best practice and sort of putting in that specificity to a document that's already 4 years old for something that we're hopefully not going to have to open up again for a while?
I don't see a problem. I liken it to an appendices.
Yeah.
Or an appendix. So I don't think that's a problem. If anyone between now and your second reading had problems linking on to that, then contact the town manager's office and we could certainly get that printed out for anybody who had any
To
questions.
print it out and make sure there's only one copy.
In the whole state.
But we feel confident that all of those links work. And we're good. Yeah.
They do, and it used to be a printed book, but the state has made that book obsolete and replaced it only with this online version.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what else,
And so
how else to
instead of
refer
having
to it.
Yeah, I understand. Daniel?
Yes, I mean, websites change, links grow old, they get, the state will update their website and the link URL will change. So I was thinking maybe it was small potatoes at first, but actually there is a concern that 2 years from now, you would go to access that document at that link and it no longer works. If there's a way to describe from the state website, I don't know. I mean, I work with state websites every day and stuff that I used to go to reliably 6 months ago is no longer in the
Suppose
same
you
place.
could put in just an answer to that. I think you could cite that URL and say as may be amended from time to time.
I did.
I would.
I did say that, Bob.
Oh, okay.
That is what it said.
Very clearly.
Not necessarily out of the weeds, but-
Yeah.
Yeah, that one does. I'm wondering. Yeah. It says it for that one. There's I'm not trying to nitpick. I'm
Nitpick
just
away.
trying to do my
We're,
due diligence in reviewing.
we want your reading of it. We've read this so many times. We don't even know what's still on the
We
paper.
want your doing of it because we can't do all of this and that.
So my feeling would be personally that I really like the language under 2014-26, or was that? I'm sorry, 14-24-1, where you said, note that this link may change as guide is revised. There are other references to your URLs that may be having that language in it, just to, make it clear that this is not, if you tried to go there and you couldn't get there. I don't know.
Yeah.
It will make me feel better, but
Might.
maybe it doesn't matter to the rest of it. I don't even know exactly what the public hearing about this.
You
It's
may-
one board member's view.
You may run into problems if you go through even other old ordinances that make reference to statutes that
Yeah.
have since changed and have different numbers, so.
Yeah.
It's not
Thanks, Bob.
Okay.
atypical to run into those types of problems, but to the extent that we can replicate the language that's in that, as to the other URLs, we can do that.
I would, yeah.
So there's only one other.
After the
Yeah,
many
there's only
years
one other.
that the committee/board has put in to this, they might want to review it annually and make the links to work.
Fair. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of a process. Do you want to try to make it last as long as possible, or?
That is our intention,
There you go.
because we have a good working relationship with the state, and contacts will tell us, they're gonna redo the tree species next year. So you need to, have a heads up that that's gonna be a different link.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. My only other question was, in reviewing all of the changes that are proposed to the ordinances, what is the board's opinion as to what is the most substantive change that is not being made to comply with the state law?
The penalties versus mitigation.
Yeah. Okay.
That was really difficult to
Yep.
resolve. from the initial ordinance.
And so I think I would encourage the public, when they're reviewing this, if they, that would be one section to look at, particularly, because a lot of these other things are being changed just to comply and make sure that we're matching, the state language. Other questions, board? Open it up to the public. I don't see any hands on Zoom. Do we have we don't have a motion. This is just
No.
It's only the first reading.
really appreciate all of the work and the presentation. Thank you so much. And we'll see you back here for second reading in 2 weeks. Excellent. Very, very good. And let's, my hope is that we put you much earlier on the agenda.
That would be much
hope too.
appreciated.
Yes, and I apologize for such a late hour.
And may I add, I've been told that it's slippery outside. We've been here such a long time, we don't know.
Yeah.
But I just got word that it's icy, so be careful.
The highway department is out. They started sanding around, salting around 8:30, and they did this with the parking lot as well.
Excellent.
Maybe a half hour ago. So when you guys go out, it should be safe too.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
That's full service.
Okay.
Just leave it up.
And thank you, Bob. Bye, Bob.
Boom, he's gone like.
All right, so we're gonna move on to agenda item 10, new business B, committee appointments. Exactly 1 hour behind schedule.
I said,
Thank you.
They were just guidelines.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so board, you know this process, you love it. The way we do this is we take nominations for committee appointments. Either we can nominate as many or as few of the applicants as you'd like, and then we go through a voting process, and the applicant who receives the majority will be appointed. If you have ties and there are not sufficient seats, then we will re-vote and go another round. I think I really sufficiently explained this last time we did this, and then there was still questions about the process afterward. So are there any questions on how to do this?
Can you vote for as many people as you want?
You can vote for as many people as you want.
Great.
Yes. So
Where's my list?
we're going to start with, okay, well, I'm going to let Tim organize himself.
Where is my list?
Because I want.
Can you share with Tim?
Where does it exist?
Here,
Here, sorry.
it's B.
It's B.
It's
Sorry,
B.
that's all I needed.
All right. So we're gonna go one section at a time. I'm sorry, one
Can-
committee at a time.
Can I say something to begin?
She always wants to do that.
What is it about?
She wants to tee it up.
That all of the applicants honor us by their applying, and that they were all fine applicants.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I believe something along those lines was said about 4 hours ago.
No, I agree. Yeah.
And it's lovely to see more applicants than we have positions.
Yeah. Competition for the positions is good, and I would encourage whoever doesn't get appointed, echoing Jess's points made hours and hours ago, that there are other positions that you can apply for. Don't be disheartened. Okay, so starting with the Brattleboro Housing Partnership, there is currently one vacancy. Board members, I open up nominations. Daniel.
I nominate Katrina Gregan.
Other nomination. Daniel has nominated Katrina Gregan. Ooh, Gregan. Liz.
I nominate Michelle Wright.
Liz has nominated Michelle Wright. Board, any other nominations? Tim.
I'll nominate Jane Wheeler.
Okay, Tim has nominated Jane Wheeler. All three applicants have been nominated, so now we will move through the voting process, and I'll say the name. I'll ask for all those in favor. You'll raise your hand. Yes, you can vote for as many of these as you want, and we will re-vote if there's ties. So all those in favor of appointing Michelle Wright to the Brattleboro Housing Partnership? Aye. All those in favor of voting Jane Wheeler to the Brattleboro Housing Partnership? All those in favor of Katrina Gregan?
Aye.
Aye.
You guys.
So that's going to be, Michelle Wright is going to be appointed to the Brattleboro Housing Partnership. Congratulations, Michelle, and thank you, Jane and Katrina, for your applications. We're going to move on to the Conservation Commission. There are 2 vacancies currently, and 3 applicants. I'm going to open up nominations for the Conservation Commission now. Daniel.
I nominate Karen Saunders.
Daniel's nominated Karen Saunders. Jess.
I nominate Ricky Rosati.
Jess has nominated Ricky Rosati. Tim?
Gretchen Cowan? Cohen.
Cohen.
Cowan.
Cowan. Is it Cowan?
It's Cowan.
Definitely Cowan.
Cowan. Okay, great. Tim has nominated Gretchen Cowan. All right, board members, so there are 2 vacancies, 3 applicants. I'm going to close nominations and we'll begin voting. All those in favor of Ricky Rosati to be appointed to the Conservation Commission, please indicate with an aye. All those in favor of Gretchen Cohen be appointed to the Conservation Commission, indicate with an aye.
Cowan.
Aye.
Cowan, thank you.
Aye.
Aye. That's
Aye.
5? Was that 5?
Aye.
I didn't see Liz's hand.
Yes.
5? Okay. And all those in favor of Karen Saunders?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's going to be 5 votes for Karen. So there are 2 vacancies. So Gretchen Cowan and Karen Saunders have been nominated to the Conservation Commission. Thank you, Ricky, for your application as well. Thank you to, and I think finally, the Recs and Parks Board, there is just 1 member, Gwyneth M. Moghall. All of those in favor?
Aye.
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 That'll carry 5-0. So that will complete the vacancy appointments, and I thank all the applicants for their time coming in to do interviews, and I wish them the best of luck, those who are appointed onto their committees. Nope. So in that case, board, I think I've got just one more motion that I would entertain. Liz,
I move to adjourn.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much to the interpreters. Thank you very much to BCTV. Thank you very much to Patrick Moreland for running the Zoom. I know this was a tricky one tonight. You did a great job, and thank you, John.
What is this?